and guidance in our deliberations on behalf of the people of the Colac Otway Shire, enable this Council's decisions to be those that contribute to the true welfare and betterment of our community. I'd like to start this afternoon by acknowledging the traditional custodians and lawmakers of this land, their elders past and present, and welcome any descendants here today. Please be advised that this meeting is recorded and live streamed with the exception of confidential matters. This includes the public participation sections of meetings. The live stream recording of this afternoon's meetings will be available on the website as soon as practicable. By participating in open meetings, individuals consent to the use and disclosure of the information they share at the meeting, including any personal and/or sensitive information. I note that all 7 councillors are present. Councillors, can I just start by acknowledging the passing of a former Otway Shire councillor, Roy Bentley, and thank him for his service to the community and also his service to the community as a policeman for over 40 years. And councillors, can I just acknowledge David McKenzie from the Colac Herald. He's present with us again. David finishes up at the Colac Herald on Friday, I think, David? Friday week, is it? But this is your last council meeting, unless that there's some sort of extraordinary meeting next week, which we're hoping there's not. So thanks for your service to the community, David, and attending our meetings. Question time. Colac Otway Shire Council encourages community input, and integral to this is the opportunity provided to ask questions at a council meeting. A maximum of 30 minutes is allowed for question time at council meetings. Community members wishing to ask questions of council by video conference were requested to register their intention before 5 p.m. on Monday the 21st of August 2023. No requests were received. I've received questions in writing from James Judd, Jane Gross and Graham Hill. These questions will be read out and a response will be provided by the relevant members of the Executive Management Team. In accordance with Sub-Rule 56.6.3 of Council's Governance Rules, an individual written response will only be provided to questions that have not been read out today. All written responses will be available in the minutes or the Colac Otway Shire website once confirmed at the following council meeting. Before we move on, can I have a show of hands from those in the gallery who might wish to ask questions today? Thank you. Questions in writing. First question from James Judd. With the new requirements introduced by the Victorian State Government, does the Colac Otway Shire Council consider the requirement that all buildings not completed by 31st December 2023 must only have electrical appliances and no gas is used? Will this put on hold any chance of the Colac 2050 growth plan being introduced prior to a very major upgrade to the electricity supply grid in this entire Shire, since no major upgrade has yet been proposed? Excuse me. Also, this Shire has very many power outages at times for long periods of time. Plus the cost of electricity and all services provided by distributors are increasing fast, and the state has given notice that off-peak power rates will cease entirely on the 31st December 2023. With some of the urgent upgrade works needed to service areas in very sensitive environmental areas and subject to major fire risks, plus many other council overlay conditions. Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. The Victorian Government has recently announced that from the 1st of January 2024, planning permits for new homes and residential subdivisions will only connect to all electric networks. It appears that this restriction is limited to buildings requiring planning approvals, not building approvals, and therefore there will be many existing vacant lots that can still have homes constructed with connection for gas appliances. It is not expected that this decision will have any noticeable impact on the timing of new housing being established in the Shire.
Thank you. Question 2. When will the Colac Otway Shire Council have a very serious look into we should continue to remain a member of the G21 group of councils due to the very big increase in membership fees that will be required in under 1 year of remaining council once the largest contributor to finance and population withdrawals mid-2024. Based on population remaining, this will increase the allocation to the budget by the Shire by many tens of thousands of dollars per year minimum just to make up the shortfall in the annual budget of G21. Also, will any affordable library services be provided to this Shire from the 1st of July 2024, as a very large part of the library network finance will cease to be receivable? As well, if the titles held by the Geelong Library Network are reduced in proportion to the reduction in the G21 council area population. Total titles remaining will be far below the total when this Shire was in the Corangamite Regional Library Corporation. Also, we paid less in fees to be part of CRLC than the Geelong Library Network when it was admitted that titles divided by total population were slightly superior if we had remained in the GRLC area. Response from General Manager, Community and Economy, please.
Through you, Mayor. Council has not yet reconsidered its participation with the G21 Geelong Region Alliance, nor has it been asked to make any greater financial contribution to make up for Geelong Council's decision. The G21 is overseen by a board of directors, and the board is still considering what options it can propose that will deliver regional benefits at a reasonable cost to its members. All member councils, including the City of Greater Geelong, have retained their funding to the Geelong Regional Library Corporation.
Thank you. I have a couple of further questions from Mr Judd, which are outside the word count limit in our governance rules, councillors, but I propose to read those questions out. Will any areas being proposed to be opened up to introduce the Colac 2050 growth plan now have to be reviewed to make certain enough reliable electric power will be provided to sites so that they will be able to meet the requirements now introduced by the Victorian State Government, that only electric power is to be used for all constructions from 1st of January 2024, or will all proposals now have to be put on hold until at least one major improvement to our electricity distribution is delivered, plus nothing has yet been proposed will ever be done and will take years for planning and construction to upgrade the distribution system so a service can be delivered? Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. Other levels of government are responsible for oversight and planning of the supply and distribution of electricity. Council is able to continue to progress work to open new growth areas such as Colac 2050, and we don't anticipate any impact to the timing of planned rezonings or housing development.
Thank you. Question 4. The push to establish the solar panel electricity supply complex in conjunction with the G21 group of councils at the old tip site in Colac. Is this proposal still being considered or has it been scrapped? We must wonder if this could now be possible since the G21 group of councils is to be minus by far the largest contributor finance population and by far the larger user of energy sources within a few months. Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. This matter was explored by Council a number of years ago prior to deciding to sell its Bruce Street property for housing development. The matter is not related to the G21 Geelong Region Alliance.
Thank you. Question 5. Long question. Without any reallocation of funds from other areas, will the Colac Otway Shire Council give any definite undertaking that library services will still exist in the Shire from 1st of July 2024, as by that date the largest financial contributor and very major population municipality in the G21 group of councils, will have withdrawn all its support from the G21 group of councils. Do not forget that this council has gone back on a firm undertaking given prior to the closure of the library annex in Colac that a permanent library return chute would be at the Ray Street offices, as this was closed on the 31st of the 12th, 2022. Do not forget a sizable portion of the Shire's population are not able to drive motorised vehicles and never will. You must remember a small percentage can be a sizable number in this Shire's population, as 1% equals 100 in every 10,000 people. Since this Shire is pushing to develop residential areas a long way from any public transport services, with no undertaking any will actually be provided. Also, all people are required to help finance council, so no superior class should exist in this municipality. Response from General Manager, Community and Economy.
Through you, Mayor. As explained earlier, Council and library partners remain committed to the library service, and we are pleased to confirm it will continue from the 1st of July next year and for many years beyond.
Thank you. Moving on to a question from Jane Gross. Question 1. Will the Council undertake another community engagement process regarding the sale of 69 McLaughlin Street for the following reasons? Approximately 2 years ago, when Council undertook the community engagement process for this property, the community in the main didn't object to the sale because both in the media and in their resolution, the sale was linked to a purchase by Homes Victoria to provide affordable housing on the site, and that a large proportion of the revenue raised from the sale was promised for the provision of childcare for Apollo Bay, meeting two long-standing urgent local needs. The very recent multi-billion-dollar state and federal government funding commitment for housing provides new opportunities to explore, and the unresolved status of the expansion of the early years hub and the lack of council commitment for future delivery of childcare in Apollo Bay changes the current criteria for decision making. Question 2, will the Council heed the Mayor's response to the customer satisfaction survey, namely that the survey highlighted the need to better communicate Council's decisions and the process and discussion involved, to help provide confidence that decisions are made in the best interest of the community and to connect more broadly with local communities through consultation and engagement. We will always explore new ways to improve the understanding of Council's decision making and how we can get community input on the things that matter to the people of Colac Otway Shire, and pause to allow for further consideration of possibilities for 69 McLaughlin Street before making any final decisions. Response from General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor, Council resolved to give formal notice of its intention to sell 69 McLaughlin Street, Apollo Bay, at its meeting on 27 October 2021, and at the same time acknowledged that it had also submitted an expression of interest to offer the property to Homes Victoria. The public notice made no indication with respect to what the property might be used for in the event that it was sold. Community submissions were received and considered by Council, and it has considered the matter at 2 Council meetings since then, as outlined in the report. On both occasions, Council affirmed its intention to sell the property. Officers are seeking further direction from Council at tonight's meeting, and our recommendation is based on Council's current position. It's up to councillors to determine what should happen next, so questions about what decision may be made can't be answered.
Thank you. A question from Mr Graham Hill. I have 2 questions pertaining to the sale of 69 McLaughlin Street, Apollo Bay. If the council sells this land as currently proposed, does it have any other readily available property in Apollo Bay or along the immediate coast, Skeens Creek, Marengo, that it may use to apply for a future state or federal housing grant? And 2, the proposed sale of this property looks to be contrary to Council's acquisition and disposal of land policy, as there is a strategic need for land for affordable social housing and healthcare, and there is a demand for community use. Will Council reconsider whether the sale of this valuable community asset should proceed at this time without further review and additional community consultation? Response from General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor, Council does not own any vacant and appropriately zoned land for the development of affordable housing in Apollo Bay, Skeens Creek or Marengo. Council has allocated $120,000 in its 23-24 budget to investigate the feasibility of developing key worker housing at its Nelson Street Apollo Bay site. When Council determined to sell the property at previous meetings in 2022, it considered the strategic needs for this land as per its policy and determined it was surplus to needs.
Thank you. That concludes the written questions. I'll now take some questions from the gallery. Just before we proceed with questions from the gallery, can I remind everyone that question time is for questions only. It's not a forum for public debate or statements. And when asking questions, can you please state your full name for the minutes? Mr. Billing, you had your hand up to indicate you wish to ask a question.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Alan Billing. Excuse me. At the council meeting that the local laws draft was released for public for public comment, Councillors Hanson, White, Arnott and Hart all encouraged the community to participate in the process. I believe around 36 people provided submissions, excluding the petitioners. My question is, how many changes were made to the draft based on community input?
Thanks, Mr. Chasemore.
Through you. So we have made a number of changes to the draft local law. I couldn't tell you the exact figures of which of those submissions were finally incorporated, but there are a number of changes based on the feedback from the community.
Thank you. Perhaps a subsequent question. Did the community ever get a chance to see the full submissions?
I'm happy to take that one through the Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Billing. The full submissions have been provided to all councillors, and a summary of the submissions have been provided with the public agenda, and that is the standard and appropriate practice given the nature of privacy considerations, etc., that come through the submission process. Yep.
Thank you. So it's really not possible to judge unless you see the full submission to make comparisons against the full submissions as to the modifications that may have happened.
Not on a submission by submission basis in detail, no, but the submissions committee agenda does outline the key themes and even recognises that at times there are submissions both for or against, or in support or not in support of certain changes. So it's more from taking it at that level that you could see the changes.
Thank you for that. The other question is, what is Council's budget and timeline to complete the upgrade to the toilets, change rooms, showers, to meet the community's expectation of safety and comfort when using these facilities? And is this necessary upgrade a high priority for Council?
Mr. Billing, I'm not sure if you're talking about a particular toilet or across the entire municipality.
All toilets
All
are
toilets
controlled by
yeah.
Council.
So no, there isn't a time frame on that. We're working through those as they become able to be funded, and the next major toilet amenity project will be the Memorial Square project, and we're very much looking forward to bringing, hopefully, some tenders for Council to consider shortly and get that one up.
So the sporting grounds, where there's shared facilities, blue water, the basketball courts, all of these facilities that resulting from Council's decision today will put people under, it will certainly give them anxiety as to their safety. What's Council going to do about it?
Yeah, I can't preempt a decision of Council tonight. I know that everyone's interested in that. But the same response applies. You know, Council wants to make sure that its facilities are fit for purpose, where people feel safe, where people can do what they need to do to engage in community life, you know, and with that feeling of safety, and we need to work through that progressively as funding becomes available. Unfortunately, there are some great funding programs from other levels of government that help us partner to get that work done, but we just have to keep chipping away.
Thank you. Great rhetoric, but I guess the community is wanting action.
Thanks, Mr. Billing. Mr. Webber.
Tony Webber, Otway Forum. My question's on the former kindergarten in Apollo Bay. Things have changed, I believe, since the last decision was made to sell this facility. Apollo Bay, to my understanding, only has 2 houses for social use. That site has the potential to have 4 units on it, which could be for workers or for people who haven't got a large income. So I'd ask the council, considering that both state and federal governments have allocated a lot of money to resolve a housing crisis, which we are now in, that the council consider not selling this property.
So that's your question, Mr.
Yes.
Webber? Well, yeah, it is a comment, but yeah, I'll allow it, but we understand what you're saying. And that matter's going to be discussed by councillors, so not sure how it can be answered at the moment.
Right, thank you. And we're getting a little bit less room down here for the gallery. Maybe if we get a large gallery here one day, I don't know where we're going to sit, so maybe that needs a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schramm.
Thanks, Mayor. Jason Schramm from Colac. My question relates to item 9.2 on the agenda, the lease of the holiday park, expression of interest, whatever it is. I'm just wondering what appears to be the big secret in who council wants to award it to, why the terms of the lease aren't made available in the agenda, and why council aren't going to sign off on the terms of those lease and giving that power to a staff member. If you compare it to the Forest Caravan Park, it explains the expression of interest process, a preferred supplier, it names them, it goes into the details about why they're a preferred supplier and their experience. It goes in that it's a 21-year lease, and year by year by year for 21 years it explains how much the rent, for want of a better word, will be on that lease, and the community get to see and ask questions compared to tonight that we don't know. We're not allowed to know who it is, we're not allowed to know the terms. The CEO can go away and negotiate terms that don't come back before council. I'm just wondering what the big secrecy in the change in process on leasing a council facility is.
So thanks, Mr. Schramm, through the Mayor, and welcome back. The substantive terms of the lease have actually already been endorsed by council. They came to the July 2022 meeting. And so because we've actually gone through this process twice, it probably feels a little while ago. But the process in July 22 had council endorse the substantive terms of the lease, the approach to the EOI process, including the assessment criteria, etc. And so we've just actually gone back to market with the same approach as what council had previously already adopted. The only difference is that council has in February made a commitment to put some capital contribution to it. So the special conditions that then may still need to be refined, which can only be done when council decides if there is a preferred lessee, might be some things specific to the nature of that corporate entity or something like that, rather than the material changes. When a lease is finally resolved, if one is established, then the details that you're talking about will be on the public register, and that will all be available then. The reason why we didn't put the submitter in this time is because we recognise that we're not yet really clear on what council may decide in relation to this, and so there are other parties that may be impacted if we actually started to put business names in the agenda. But they will all be revealed, if depending on what council's decision is.
Yeah, thanks for the answer, but there's a little bit that's you haven't really answered, in that councillors decide on the monetary value, and they're giving away that power tonight if they endorse the recommendation from officers, that they give that to you to negotiate, you execute the lease, but the public don't get to see the year by year fee. They don't get to ask councillors questions if they need to about, are we getting fair value? We don't get to see any of that, and we don't get to see your preferred person for some reason, and I've never seen a lease like it, you might be leasing it to me and somebody comes to you and says, oh look, Mr Shram has had 3 caravan parks in Melbourne and he was, dealing out the back of them. They all ran into disrepair, they had rats everywhere, and that might not be an attender that you get to see, but we don't have that opportunity because you get to sign off on it behind closed doors with all those little things in it. And it doesn't come back before council to go on the public agenda. That's why the difference.
Yeah, I guess I would just reflect, Mr Shram, that the detailed submissions are provided to councillors. They have visibility of all of the matters that you've raised. And so perhaps if the issue is how can you have confidence that the councillors are well informed and that they're making an informed decision, well, that's for councillors, I guess, to be able to speak to that level of comfort.
Was the open and transparency. Like, I just don't get why every lease that this council's done for the last 10 years has stated the monetary, whether you're
Hang on,
leasing
Mr
an attic or
Schramm, I
anything.
did give Mr Billing a couple extra questions. I'll allow the same to you, but can you ask a question, please?
Well, I have asked it and I haven't got the answer.
Well, you got an answer. Have you got a question?
So I didn't get an answer. Okay. I've got second question relates to item, where are we here? 9.4, purchase of the high school site. It seems that the land you want to look at purchasing is on the unacquired, I guess, on the special school site. But it appears that council or staff or someone's already made a decision that they're gifting the back part, which was for public open space, which will then go through a community consultation period to see what that might be used for. It appears that council have already decided that part of that land's going to be used for a road reserve, the back part of the land I'm talking about. Is that the case? And is it the case that council appears to have gifted that land to developers and are now looking to acquire more land just to join that road up that will be paid for by the developer?
Through the Mayor. So typically roads that straddle different property or different lots would be shared between those owners, which is what the proposal is for this. But also you may have seen the Colac West Development Plan, which has been to council numerous times, which clearly indicates a north-south collector road from the highway through to the lake, which would straddle a number of properties, but also run through other land through to the lake. So I guess in terms of the open space, yes, we haven't done a master planning process, but there would be a need for access and road frontage to that open space.
Hasn't quite answered my question, Mayor, with all respect.
There is a plan in the agenda, and I think that it does help to answer the question, Mr Shram. So the Department of Education has a piece of land. There is a strip next to the special school, the Lake Colac School that's being constructed, that is surplus to the education needs, okay?
Yep, I'm talking
that will be
about...
incorporated into the road. It is just council's being asked, will council consider facilitating getting that road from Department of Education?
Yep. No, I understand that. The
Okay,
back
so
bit,
we're not gifting anything in that space.
No, I'm talking about the back bit that council had acquired and to get and would be rezoned public open space, and for a nominal figure, the back, whatever hectares, it appears that council's already made a decision to use some of that as a road reserve when that wasn't the intent of council's purchase of the land. Is that the case, that the back section is going to be, and the construction or that bit of land, if it is to be a road, would seemingly be gifted to the future development, to the developers?
Mr Sir.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I thought that's what I answered. So with Greenfield public open space, adjacent to Greenfield residential land, we would need to provide road access to that open space.
We can
So
get
that's
in
the
through
intention.
Moore Street.
Yeah, and good planning indicates that you should have road access to more than one part of your open space. So the intention is to have road access north-south and also east-west.
Right, so you are giving up some of that public open space.
That's not a forum for debate.
That was a question.
Well, you've had your questions. Any other questions from anybody else? Thanks, everyone. Petitions. A petition with 295 signatories was received on the 10th of August 2023 in response to the exhibition of the proposed local law number 1, general local law. The purpose of the petition was to request that Council reinstate clause 11.10 of the current local law in the proposed local law. A copy of the petition, along with other submissions, was provided to all councillors prior to the Submissions Committee meeting held on the 16th of August 2023. The same petition was then resubmitted to Council on the 16th of August 2023 following the Submissions Committee meeting. The petition, along with all other written and verbal submissions, will inform the final decision by Council this afternoon. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest, please? Thank you. Councillors, I propose that we move to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday the 26th of July 2023. Do I have a mover? Thanks, Councillor Hart. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Thank you. Councillors, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. That's carried 7-0. Council will now move on to officers' reports. Item 9.1, proposed Colac Otway Shire Local Law 1, General Local Law 2023 for adoption. The purpose of this report is to present the proposed Colac Otway Shire Local Law number 1, General Local Law 2023 to Council for adoption. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do a bit of an introduction to this item, one, because of its significance, but two, because there's some additional information that I want to share with the gallery and the audience on the live stream. So further to Mr Billings' question, we've continued to review the local law and we've responded to some questions from our councillors during the period through which the agenda has been issued. And today we table at this meeting 3 additional documents that will be captured in the minutes, and so you'll see a clear record of those. And I just want to describe to everyone what those documents are and how they may differ to what is in the agenda that you may have already read. So the first document that we table today is called, it's a further revision of the proposed General Local Law number 1. And it differs to the attachment in the agenda in a few ways, and I will talk to each of those changes so that everybody understands that. There's a number of administrative changes that we have made, just with the opportunity to further review and check some details. So these are the administrative changes that are in attachment 5. The word proposed has been removed from the front title and the header as just a formatting correction. We've added a date to the sunset date clause in clause 1.7a, the one that was in the agenda. The version in the agenda just said X, August 2033, and we've actually nominated an expiry date just so that there's no question. So that's now changed to be the 24th of August 2033. As long as it's not more than 10 years, that's okay. So there's one clause to 1.7a, one change to clause 1.7a. Clause 1.8a lists incorporated documents. The version in the agenda referenced the weed management strategy, which is not actually referred to in the local law, so we have removed that to avoid that confusion. There was one introduction at part 3 that had a numbering. None of the other introductions are. We've removed the inconsistency. These are very much administrative changes. And we've reviewed again the Schedule 1 clause references, and we've had to correct some of those to make sure that they relate to the correct clauses in the local law, and because there'd been some renumbering, some of those got out of whack. So there's a few formatting matters that we have picked up, and attachment 5 includes those. There are some other changes that are important to note though. We read again and reviewed 2 clauses that appear to be contrary to each other, and we have therefore deleted clause 4.8A4, which is under the section about damage to council roads and land, and in relation to planting and using mechanical equipment that could do that. We've deleted that, and we've updated clause 7.5 to remove this inconsistency, and councillors have all of the details with the changes spelled out for them, but effectively we've consolidated that matter to one clause, and we've spelled it out to be much, much clearer, and we have added that grass is clearly an exemption when we are talking about planting in roads. So people should knock themselves out and have nice grass nature strips. So that's the change. There are some wording changes in clause 6.3b1, which refers to the period of camping on privately owned land where a dwelling is erected. It had said in the agenda that would be for not more than a total of 6 months in any 12 months. We've replaced that with it will not be more than a total of 6 months in any calendar year, which means that we're using consistent terminology with clause 6.4, which is camping on vacant private land, and it uses that term, so we wanted to be consistent. Some people had a concern it was confusing. So we've made that correction. And we have amended clause 4.9A2 with reference to the length of grass, which was 10 centimetres was the maximum length in the agenda. We've made that 30 centimetres to be a more practical and appropriate clause for our local law. They are the only changes between attachment 5 and the attachment 1 agenda item. And that has also, attachment 5 has the certification from the appropriately qualified legal practitioner to accompany that, so we're very comfortable that that is all consistent with all other legislation. That's attachment 5, and I'm sorry that takes a little while to step through, but I wanted to be clear about the changes. Attachment 6, we are also tabling an update to the procedure guidelines, which was attachment 2 in the agenda. We've added one statement to those guidelines, but we are tabling that to be recorded as attachment 6. And we wanted to be really clear that when community asset committees are acting in accordance with their delegations, and they may be approving events like weddings or parties in halls or facilities, that when they do that, that is council approval effectively, and so they do that in full compliance with the local law. So we're adding a statement on page 2 of the guidelines that I will read. Community asset committee members acting in accordance with their delegated authorities are exempt. Community asset committee members are acting as council when they approve events, and as such any events approved by the committee members are deemed to be council approved for the purposes of clauses 2.3 and 2.6 of the general local law. So hopefully that helps everyone understand their role. So that's attachment 6, only one change. We are also, in response to requests from councillors, and this is I think a recognition of the feedback from community, we're also providing a second version of a local law. It's exactly the same as what I outlined when I described attachment 5 with those changes. Okay, it is exactly the same except for one important thing. It includes an additional clause, and I will read the clause. One additional clause is in attachment 7, and it's clause 2.4F, and it states, a person must not enter or use any dressing room, shower, convenience or other area in a council building which has been appropriated for persons of a gender identity that does not correspond with that person's gender identity, unless the person is a child under the age of 10 in the care of an adult whose gender identity corresponds with the gender assigned to the area. 2, is a carer providing assistance to a person with a disability. 3, is intersex. 4, is transgender, or 5, identifies as non-binary, okay? So there are 5 exemptions. It's very similar to the clause that was included in 2013. That clause as worded could not be included now, but with these extra exemptions that deal with the matter of the Sex Discrimination Act, this is a lawful clause. Okay? So attachment 7 includes that one additional clause and 4 definitions for gender identity, intersex, non-binary and transgender, so that that clause, if it is in a local law, can be put into effect and appropriately interpreted. I don't know if you want me to read the definitions or if you're just happy that there are definitions.
No, I'm just happy.
And so that's what attachment 7 is. Both of those attachments are, all 3 attachments have been circulated to councillors with those changes outlined. They are tabled tonight. They will be recorded in the minutes, as I said. Sorry. Oh, sorry. And attachment 7, thank you, Governance Manager. Attachment 7 also has the legal certificate, so that we know that it also is ready for council to consider for adoption should it wish to. However, should it wish to consider attachment 7 for adoption, there is a need to actually undertake an exhibition period because it includes a clause that has not previously been exhibited. And whilst we could do some wording corrections and formattings on other things, this is a material clause. It has an implication for people in the community that they haven't had an opportunity to see and make submission to, and so it would need to be exhibited. So in addition to the 3 documents that we table as those attachments, so there's 2 versions of the local law, both certified. In addition to that, officers have therefore also presented a revised officer recommendation, which is on the screen. This recommendation recognises those new attachments, and the recommendation of officers to council is that attachment 5 be adopted at this meeting to become the new local law. Yep. So it notes the updated documents which are there as I described. There are 2 attachment 5 we've called option A, option 1 of the local law. Attachment 7 is called option 2. Thanks, Lyndall. We note that there have been some changes in attachment 5 to make sure that they are compliant with the Local Government Act, but they do not affect there are no extra restrictions on people to what was already exhibited or considered or available publicly. And if council adopts attachment 5 and makes the local law tonight, it recognises that that will revoke 3 existing local laws. There's a bit more, Lyndall, thanks. There's an administrative requirement to apply the common seal, so we seek authorisation for that. And in accordance with the local government requirements, we will then publish, if adopted, if a local law is made, we will publish in the Government Gazette the making of the local law, make it available on the website, etc. And it just has an affirmation of the commencement date. So that's the recommendation of officers that councillors are aware of. We have clearly presented a second option 2 local law for a reason, and that's to enable council to consider that tonight. And so whilst we only make one recommendation, we've also helped to provide some wording for a motion if councillors wish to consider attachment 7 tonight. And if that is moved, then we'll be able to walk through the detail of that motion. I'm hoping that whilst a lot of information has made that clearer, there is a new local law document tabled, which we are calling attachment 5 and recommending for adoption tonight, which could come into effect. There is a second local law document, both of which are certified, that has an additional clause that councillors may wish to consider, and if so, it needs to be endorsed for exhibition and then go through the submission and then further adoption.
Thanks, CEO. That was very helpful. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I do have some questions, but before I ask the question, I do foreshadow that I'll be wanting to move the motion separately, one to deal with the cats, which is essentially point 1, and then a motion to choose one of the 2 local laws. But if I may ask a question, please.
Feel free.
In relation for the new clause that has been prepared regarding the use of toilets according to gender identity and the exemptions for intersex, non-binary and transgender, has Council developed a process for gender diverse people so that they can satisfy council that they are in one of the exemption categories that relate to intersex, non-binary or transgender. So the question is there some sort of process that has been developed for that?
So thank you, Councillor Hart, through the Mayor. No, there isn't a process at this stage that we've developed for that. And because in part we don't know what the local law will look like until Council makes some guidance tonight or a decision tonight. If Council does indicate through a resolution tonight that it wishes the local law to most likely include that clause, then we will need to think about the practical application of that, but we don't have a process. That clause also doesn't, to our knowledge, exist in anyone else's local law, so we won't be able to either adopt an approach that another council has. So we'll have to develop something.
Thanks, Mayor. And I've
Have you got another one? Because I
I've got another
didn't
one.
quite announce questions of officers yet, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
But sorry,
well,
just to go back to your first part, you're going to propose that you'll split and in effect have two.
When you're
two
ready, I
motions.
was proposing, but I appreciate we all have to have an opportunity to question, so that I would be wanting to split off the CAT one and then move it separately, moving a resolution to deal with one of the two local laws.
Sure.
But my second question, and then I'll probably be quiet for a little while, is Council aware of any other local law in the state of Victoria that includes or requires definitions of gender identity, intersex, non-binary and transgender? So is there any other local law in the state, to your knowledge, that includes definitions for those?
No, there isn't. We have benchmarked the clause that we had previously in the 2013 local law looking for similar clauses, and through that benchmarking we have not identified any similar clause that refers to gender or has any definitions around gender identity of any form.
Thank you. Questions of officers, councillors? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to the first paragraph, there is a consultation period proposed. We've already consulted on this, so I'm wondering why we need to undertake a second round of consultation, go to the expense and effort.
I might take this
Thanks,
one on.
Leah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Costin. So we have certainly exhibited for the community to comment on a proposal that would see cat control through a local law. And we have had responses to that, and we thank people, and there were different views on that, okay? So we understand that we've already exhibited the local law with a possibility of that clause. We are now recommending that, because we're recommending, based on legal advice, that actually it would be more appropriate for council to try and achieve the outcome through the cat confinement order. Because it is a different legal framework, not everyone may have thought to look for a cat clause in the local law necessarily, so there might be some people who didn't pick that part up. We feel that because we're proposing a different approach, that it is very appropriate for us to draw that to the attention of our community for a short period, I think is reasonable, but for a short period, bring it to the attention of the community and see whether people have any feedback on using the Domestic Animal Act instead.
Follow-up question, because Councillor Arnott's...
Thank you, CEO. Are we legally allowed to make a cat confinement order without consultation under this Domestic Animal Act?
I'm not aware of any specific requirement with respect to consultation to make the order in the Domestic Animals Act. I haven't sought legal advice to confirm that, but I haven't seen any such clause or provision. However, the Local Government Act has had council adopt a community engagement strategy, and I think out of respect to that, it would be reasonable to let people at least know that this is being proposed. Because enforcement couldn't take place if this order is made, I think it's fair for people to know that enforcement could take place through this order.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor Potter. Look, I'm going to jump to a different part and speak to Part 8, fire hazards. A question in respect to burning off permits. It talks 8.2 around restrictions of timeline and size of fire and such things, which is more designed, my understanding, around normal blocks in town. But I've spoken before about the difficulty with large allotments like my own, 5 acres with significant trees and shrubs, and reassurances from one of the officers, please, to how we would facilitate that so that we could have reasonable burning off there. I can see there's a couple of clauses, maybe, where was it? 8.6 permissible burning, that would allow us to do that, but I'm just looking for confirmation about that, please. Or is it going to be part of the mapping process for defined areas?
I'll stay with it if you want. Okay. So there are some nominated days and hours in which, with other conditions met, no permit is required to have burning on private property. Outside of those hours, people can still seek to do that. They need a permit, as the local law has stood and is proposed. The issue around where that applies is very much around the definition of the designated area that council determines, and the way the local law is that we are carrying forward the default designated area from the previous one to be the designated township area, but incorporating into the local law the ability for council to go through a remapping exercise and consider changes, and if they get formalised, then they would then be applied to the new local law. So we're building in the ability to change the boundaries as a separate process without having to change the local law. And council could do that, you know, on a number of occasions over 10 years, instead of having to come back to the local law process itself.
Thank you, CEO. The intent of that would be to facilitate the ease of burning off for people in circumstances that we had feedback on. We have had a couple of people feedback on this problem, and
so the intent would be to make sure that council has a process by which it can review the boundaries of where that would apply. That would be up to council to what the outcome looks like.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor. Getting back to the local law 11.10 that's being taken out and the new proposed wording, I'm just interested to hear how council officers would feel about enforcing a law that now exempts people who are intersex, transgender or non-binary, allows them to use a space that has been designated for a specific gender, and how realistic is it to be able to enforce a law like that?
So through the Mayor, as I said, we don't have a process at this time, so we haven't really got into the detail talking to authorised officers and Vic Police about how that might be applied. I think that there will be some practical challenges that probably would be presented with this clause that certainly the other clauses don't present. Length of grass is a very different thing to enforce to this particular clause, so we would have to work through that. Don't know.
Councillor Hanson.
Well, just following on from that question, what processes have you had in place to enforce local law 11.10 for the last 10 years? And how many people have you given infringement notices to?
Thanks, Councillor Hanson, through the Mayor. So we don't have any record of any infringement notices having been issued under that clause in more than 10 years.
No, but what processes have you had in place?
Sorry, I was answering in reverse, sorry. Okay, so second part is answered. The first part, we don't have a formal process for that one either.
Why would you consider developing a formal process, you know, for, you know, this proposed attachment 7 when you haven't had one for the last 10 years?
I think that there would be value in us putting our mind to how we would practically apply this clause. It's a very new clause and it's a very different clause. The other one has been carried for a long time, and I think it would be helpful for us to put our mind to that if it's in the local law.
But why didn't you put your mind to the last one?
I can't comment on a clause that was developed well more than 15 years ago. I can't.
Yeah, well, I think that's interesting.
Any other questions? Councillor Hart, you spoke of a splitting this off as a recommendation.
Yeah, with your permission, Mayor, I would move a resolution that deals with point 1 and foreshadow that once that's dealt with, I would move a resolution that deals with the one of the two local law options.
Thank you, that's sensible. Councillor Hanson has another question.
Yeah, I did have some questions around the old local law 11.10, and I think the answer to the attachment, I think 7. What practical steps has council taken to, adopt a more inclusive facilities? For example, at Blue Water Fitness Centre, do you have, unisex change rooms, or I don't know? What have you actually done to adapt your facilities so that people do have safe facilities to use, or the perception of safety?
Mr. Sue?
Yeah, our facilities, you can go in.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. With Blue Water, we certainly, that was designed probably about a decade ago. We certainly do have universal change spaces, not necessarily toilets, but certainly change spaces where families would tend to use those spaces. Where, with the design of the new Memorial Square toilets, they certainly have universal cubicles. And I think the public toilet strategy does give direction on how we would design facilities into the future.
So, getting back to Blue Water, probably a criticism would be that there's a real opportunity to retrofit much more inclusive facilities, but it certainly hasn't been done to date. Will council look at its facilities and where, for a reasonable cost, retrofit these facilities for more inclusive, safe spaces for people?
Through the Mayor, council needs to review all of its facilities, and as we look to renew our facilities, absolutely we need to take into a whole range of considerations, this being one, universal access being another, just to name a couple. So as we redevelop and renew our facilities, definitely this would be a major consideration.
Can I just clarify, I guess, for the community, there were a lot of people that made submissions, and it was reported in the paper that the new local law removes a restriction on people entering spaces designated for the opposite gender, such as change rooms or toilets. Is it the intent by removing clause 11.10 that, for example, in the female change rooms at Blue Water, that men can use those change rooms? Is that council's intent with the removal of 11.10? That's how it was reported in the paper, and I think that's how, a lot of people, particularly who rang me, got quite concerned.
Respond to that one.
Thanks,
Councillor Hanson. So no, that wasn't the intent. The issue was that we couldn't include the local law with its former wording, the clause with its formal wording in a local law and comply with the Local Government Act, and therefore have a local law adopted. So it was about intending to present a local law that could be adopted. It wasn't an intent to change how people behave day to day or the amenities that they use day to day at all. That wasn't the intention.
So it's council's intent then that the female change rooms at Blue Water, females use those change rooms?
It was never to change what people do day to day, but the local law needed to be presented in a way that it could be formally adopted.
I have got another question. What has council done to communicate to the community, around, some of the concerns that have been raised?
So we've tried to explain through a number of channels, our website, frequently asked questions being issued, updates on social media to direct people to the information, talking on the radio about what is happening with the establishment of a new local law, why the old clause hasn't been included in the new local law, the other protections and support for people feeling safe that still remain in the local law in other ways, and pointing out that there is other legislation, and that even if this clause doesn't actually carry from the old local law to the new one, it does not make people any more exposed to unlawful conduct. There are still lots of controls and laws that protect people. So we've tried to give people some reassurance that people's safety wasn't always just contingent on this one clause in a local law, and to remind people about the other ways, the other frameworks, the other legal pieces of legislation that still give people some confidence that there are people there to help, as well as the other clauses in the local law. We've tried to get that message across to give some level of reassurance that this hasn't been the only single line of defence. And we've tried to do that in a number of ways and bring people...
Is it true that council only started communicating once community concerns were raised and after it was reported in the paper?
We didn't do any proactive communication about individual clauses before the exhibition period, and it is true that we started to put more information out there after the matters started to be of clear concern in the community. We responded to that. Yep.
Any other questions of officers? Councillor Finnegan.
Were any concerns expressed by councillors in relation to the communication strategy with the community around the proposed local law?
Not before the endorsement of the local law for exhibition, but we've had various feedback since.
Councillor Hanson.
Were councillors provided with the legal advice regarding this local law before the agenda was published or after?
I think you're referring to the 5th of July agenda. So the councillors were provided the legal advice confirming what we had been speaking about previously. I think last week or the week before. It might be 2 weeks ago when we made it publicly available, and councillors received it at about that time.
So well after?
Yeah, so we had discussed it and explained why the clause hadn't been included, and we've confirmed that advice in the legal advice. I think was the 15th of August, perhaps it was posted, from memory. Might be the 10th.
Councillor Finnegan.
The clause which has been provided as an option under Attachment 7, which does go into a law surrounding who can use what facilities in municipal buildings. When was that sort of provided to councillors? Like, was that given to us weeks ago, or was that given to us during this week?
The Mayor asked me if we could get advice on developing a clause on the weekend, and I had already, because we'd had the conversation, some councillors had started to maybe propose some wording. We had a clause that I could share on the weekend, so it was actually on the weekend, and it was an example, it hadn't been signed off and certified, and so we've since done that, had it formally incorporated into a document and certified, so it's recently been provided to councillors when it was asked for.
No other questions? Councillor Hart. Where were we?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to move one of two resolutions. The first resolution relates to the cats and is essentially what was point 1 in the revised recommendation. It says the council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to initiate the process of making a cat confinement order in accordance with Section 25 of the Domestic Animal Act 1994 after a consultation period of 2 weeks to allow the community to make submissions on the proposed order. And just remind that after we've dealt with this issue, I plan to move a resolution to deal with the local law issue.
Yes, thank you. Allow that. Is there a seconder for this motion? Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Costin? You're opposing?
No, I'm not opposing. Is it an appropriate time to propose an amendment to Councillor Hart's proposal?
Oh, well, it's been seconded, so Councillor Hart hasn't started talking to it, which doesn't matter. Have you spoken to Councillor Hart about what that is, in case he wished to include it?
Yes, I have. The amendment I'd like to move is the deletion of the consultation, so all words after a consultation period, so that we don't consult. We don't have the need to consult on our proposed order. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do it later on. I'm not worried.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Hart, do you need to kick off the your speaking in favour of the motion?
Well, I'm...
Yeah, that's right. You're the mover of the original motion,
Yeah.
and it's been seconded by Councillor Arnott. Yeah.
If you're happy, I'm happy to speak, and I think I should, because technically...
I think you should now, yeah, as Councillor
technically
Hanson has
that's
reminded
how
me.
it reads.
That's right.
I would like to thank the people who have made submissions to the local laws and note that there were... I mentioned that in the context of this particular provision because there were submissions in relation to the cat curfew, if we call it that, and the submissions were opposite. Some of them were that we were not going far enough, some of that we were going too far, and some actually supported the proposal in the local laws. The legal advice has been that we should be making this declaration under the Domestic Animal Act instead of including the local law, and I'm happy to support that. I think it will achieve what we're trying to achieve here. The issue on the consultation, we have had 5 weeks consultation under the local laws. Normally we would want to have a period of at least 6 weeks. I support the 2 weeks in this particular resolution because I do think that people should have an opportunity to comment on this process being used. But this 2 weeks is obviously a lot less than what's normally had. But if you consider that there's already been discussion on this issue of cat curfew for 5 weeks under the local laws, we're now doing it in a different legal way, if you like, that this extra 2 weeks will, I think, give the community a reasonable opportunity to have a say on the issue. I'm not convinced that we should have no consultation on this process. After raising some questions with the council management and getting answers to those over the last few days.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott, you're the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I seconded this motion because I wanted to support primarily the motion, but also the process to get some discussion around this. I also support the comments from Councillor Hart in respect to this motion. I think it's important to go to public submission again. It's not that we're necessarily going to expect something different than what we've already seen. We've seen for and against this motion for various reasons, or the cat curfew, as Councillor Hart put. I'm happy to use that term. But I think community expectation is that we do consult. I believe that we have been doing that fairly well of late. I think we should demonstrate that we are prepared to continue to do that, and we don't need a legal binding priority to achieve the process of consulting with our community. We should just do it because we think it's the right thing.
Thank you. Councillor Costin, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. Because we've already consulted and there was a clear, if you can see in the council agenda, there's a majority supported.
You have to move your amendment, and then we need a seconder before
the
you...
cat curfew. I'm going to move an amendment, which is the deletion of all words that are after a consultation period of 2 weeks. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the amendment? No seconder? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Costin, that amendment lapses for want of a seconder. Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak to the substantive motion put by Councillor Hart? Councillor Hart, do you want to tidy up? Oh, well, technically he can have a right of apply under the...
I'll try to be quick. Just that having 2 weeks is a reasonable balance in trying to give people a chance to have a say, compared with having no consultation period, notwithstanding the 5 weeks on the local law discussion.
Thank you. Put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Motion is carried 7-0. Councillor Hart, you flagged a second motion.
Yes, Mayor. Essentially, I will be moving as a standalone resolution the remaining parts of the revised officer recommendation, which is essentially, or the short version is, to adopt the local law the local law that is drafted in attachment 5 that does not have the extra clause that has been spoken about.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor White, is it to be opposed? Councillor Finnegan, thank you. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I would like to thank the community who completed a survey or made submissions to the local law review. I'd also like to thank council staff who've completed the process over many months, responded to councillors' many queries and suggestions, particularly in the last week since the verbal submissions. It's impossible to come up with a local law that satisfies all the submissions, as many of the submissions were opposite to each other. Some of the submissions supported particular aspects of the local law. 3 of the current local laws sunset or expire in the coming days and weeks. I think the current proposed law in attachment 5, with the fine-tuning referred to by the Chief Executive Officer around the camping and allowing community asset committees to approve events at the halls, can and should be adopted today. The changes to the rules around camping on private land where there's a dwelling, such as in a caravan for 6 months without a permit, is a significant improvement that I know some other councillors support. Whilst not being ideal, this can help provide options for people who want to help a friend or family member who might otherwise have difficulties during the current housing crisis. There was a petition calling for clause 11.1 regarding the use of facilities as toilets based on gender to be included in the local law. Many in the community are concerned about this change, and I appreciate the matters that sit behind those concerns. However, the petition doesn't refer to other clauses in the law that seek to regulate inappropriate behaviour regardless of gender. There are other clauses in 2.3 that can respond to poor behaviour, whether the offending behaviour is from a male in a male facility, female in female, or any combination, some of which were not covered in clause 11.10. There's never been an infringement issued in response to clause 11.10 since the law commenced in 2013, and in fact it was of no legal effect when it was adopted. It was an accident of timing that that provision was adopted in September 2013, just a few weeks as the Federal Sex Discrimination Act changed and said essentially you couldn't have a clause like that. If any person's concerned about threatening behaviour, a call to 000 for the police is the best way to obtain an immediate response, especially after hours. I know council's come up with the clause that's been discussed that seeks to restrict access to toilets and change rooms based on gender identity, whilst exempting specific classes of gender diverse people from its application. Whilst well-intentioned, creating a law that has exceptions such as these creates a new type of potential discrimination. It creates a situation where, in this case, gender diverse people may have to repeatedly justify or explain they fit into one of the defined exemption categories if they are approached by a local laws officer. I think it reveals a poor understanding of the many different circumstances of the individuals involved, is likely to cause embarrassment and stress when the person just wants to use the toilet. To be candid, I'm quite surprised that such a clause isn't considered discriminatory. Colac Otway Shire, if we adopt such a clause, would be the first council to have such a clause, and we would be creating the situation where people that are intersex, non-binary or transgender would be constantly having potentially to either justify that they fit the exemption and the definitions, or alternatively council would have to come up with a process where people apply and get some sort of exemption card. It would be quite an extraordinary situation, and it's completely inconsistent, I believe, with the spirit of the discrimination legislation. And I think the answers we've had so far indicate the council itself would struggle on how it would administer those and scrutinise those exemptions.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor White, you're the seconder. You reserve.
Thank you.
Councillor Finnegan, you opposed.
Yeah, I'm opposed, mainly not on the basis that I fundamentally disagree with the proposed local law as in the officer's recommendation. However, I do believe that we have consulted with our community, and our community has come back, including with a petition with 295 signatures from memory to the exact number. And that has, I think the submissions have said loud and clear that the community expects some kind of local law. And I'm going to foreshadow that I will, I'm going to foreshadow a motion of my own that I will be seeking to move option 2, which will include the wording regarding a law, as to who can use what facilities that is compliant with the Sex Discrimination Act and has been signed off.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Any other councillor? Councillor Arnott.
Just a question to clarify. This motion does include 7.5, the vegetation and road. So it does include that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And if I may speak.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm a little bit in both sides on this. I certainly would support the other motion, that General Attachment 7, if that were to have an opportunity to be brought forward. On the basis that I want to reassure the community that we have heard them, that we have listened to their feedback, that we understand your concerns, and that we want to reassure you that we would make changes as necessary as a result of that. So there should be no consideration from the community that this has not been a subject of considerable conversation with councillors during this ensuing period of time up to this, to try to ensure that there is protection. That's the first thing for our community. We do have protection for people within the facilities of council that council provides. I am concerned with some of the potential issues around the definitions and all that sort of stuff, the fact that we have to include that in that law, but so be it. But also I would not be uncomfortable if this motion here were to be carried on the assumption that everything is correct in what Councillor Hart has been saying, is that there are other laws in place to support the safety of people within our facilities. That we need to keep in mind that the design of many council facilities, they do date from a different time. There was different community expectations. There was accepted segregation, male, female. It was a binary term, and our facilities were designed that way. Our new facilities are being designed differently, will be updated to be more inclusive. I don't think that's an excuse to continue to exclude people now. And obviously we cannot include that existing law is in place as per the request of that petition. I'm sorry, but unfortunately it's just not legally possible to do so. We would be irresponsible to consider that. So this was an option, this 7.1, but this attachment 7, I just like people to think about it either way as to how they want the community to be viewed and work in an inclusive way going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor? I'll speak to this for a moment, in that this has been a vexing issue for the community, and there is a potential alternative that has been put forward, but Councillor Hart has raised some issues with that, and I think we have to be mindful of that. And to be honest with you, councillors, I'm found myself in a vexed position, but I have carefully listened to Councillor Hart. So that's probably all I want to say, but I just want to make it clear to everyone where I sit. Not that I've been clear of where I sit because I'm in a vexed position, but I thought I should say something. Yeah, Councillor Hanson.
I thought I wasn't going to speak, but I think I will speak on this one. We received a number of submissions for the local laws, and we had some people come in and make verbal submissions, and one of the people that made verbal submissions commented that after reading the Colac Herald around the local laws and the item around council facilities, toilets and change rooms, he picked up the phone and rang a number of councillors to ask them about the clause, and I think he commented that 3 councillors didn't know what he was talking about. Now, I was one of those councillors. I'm very happy to admit that. I said to this person, I don't know what you're talking about. And so it was, I had to be honest with this person and say that in the discussions in briefings around the local laws, you know, from my perspective, this was barely discussed. I went back, you know, through my briefing papers, through track changes, the local law, that law hadn't been removed. I really had to learn it from a member of the community and then had to go and read the paper. You know, I was pretty flabbergasted, so I picked up the phone, rang another councillor. They were in the exact same boat. Then I spoke to a couple of other councillors who also said the same thing. So, you know, for councillors, we find ourselves in a bit of a pickle. You know, look, I don't know why I missed it. You know, we find ourselves just in a really tricky situation, but I just am very disappointed that it wasn't included in our track changes and wasn't discussed properly with councillors. So then all this information about it is coming to councillors after the fact, after the local laws have gone out for public submission. I've had a number of people contact me, people stop me in the street. And I also thank David McKenzie, I guess, from the paper, who did pick it up, you know, and he's now leaving the paper shortly, and I wish him all the best. But I shouldn't have to find these things out by reading the paper or having people in the community tell me about it. I did find one email related to the removal of this local law, but it happened to be sent to councillors on the day of our budget council meeting. I wasn't checking emails on that day, and I was away over that time, and then the agenda had already gone out. So I'm quite flabbergasted. All the legal advice we've received has come after the local law went out for public submission. And at the end of the day, and Tosh and I have had a number of discussions around it, I said to Tosh, you know, all people are really looking for when it comes to public facilities, we want them to be convenient, we want them to be clean, and we want them to be safe. We all want the same things. And I think that's where council really needs to have a good look at itself. We need to retrofit where we can. We need to fight our butts off to get new facilities, particularly down the coast. Facilities that are inclusive. That's why, you know, I supported the Memorial Square toilets. I was really keen on, well, you know, not only inclusive facilities, but, you know, particularly the changing places for people with disabilities. So, you know, it's the whole reason, you know, if you go back to my discussion about it, the whole reason I supported it is those more inclusive spaces for the diverse needs of our community. But, you know, I don't think that, you know, puts one thing over another. And, I'll pretty much say just because other councils don't have a law doesn't mean a local law doesn't mean we can't. I'm sort of sick of that being used as an excuse that we just have to copy what the other councils do. So, if an alternative is moved, I'm very interested in it. But I think at the end of the day, that's what you have to focus on. We all want the same things: clean, convenient, safe facilities. And I think council needs to improve its communication because, I must admit it's been probably the poorest communication with the community that I've seen on my time on council.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Any other councillor? Thanks, Councillor Costa.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. That was very well put. Available, clean, safe, that's what we're all looking for. We have had a bit of feedback through our consultation, and I personally haven't had any feedback at all from coastal community, and I've asked a few questions along there, and there's probably more toilet visits than along the Great Ocean Road than in Colac, arguably, I guess. But there is no concern along the coast about this issue. And I also take comfort in some of the feedback we've had from our Mayor, Councillor Potter, in relation to other laws that can be used, and his experiences around public toilets in the past in a professional way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White, you're reserved.
Thank you. First, I do want to say thank you to our council officers for the enormous amount of work that they've put in over the last 10 months. I, for one, coming in as a new councillor this term, didn't realise the enormity of the task ahead and what it really entailed to review local laws. It's been a real journey and a real eye-opener, and they've done a tremendous job in the circumstances. And I also want to thank the community for their feedback, and as I think someone said, we've had feedback both ways, but primarily there's been a lot of feedback about safety. I agree with Kate. We do all want the same things. I think it was cleanliness, accessibility and safety. And the safety thing comes up again and again and again. And I think it's really important for us as leaders in our community to reassure our community that a change that as such as this will not make the community less safe. There is just no evidence to suggest it. I worked for 30 plus years in community health, particularly with vulnerable people and those who had experienced significant harm and violence. And I would never support something that I thought would place anybody at greater risk or harm or put their safety at risk. So when the feedback came and the public discussion got underway, and yes, I was contacted, and I did, my response was, well, yes, I do remember, but it wasn't, I naively didn't think there would be such outcry and such concern. So when the feedback did start to come in and the public discussion about the change, it particularly centred around risk to women and children. And I was challenged to think about that. I really had to think about, well, what would happen? And I looked for evidence and facts to support the view that we would be putting women and children and people at greater risk. I would not support that. In my career, I fought for years to keep women and children safe and to provide services and to provide services locally. I could not find any evidence to suggest that a change such as this would actually put people more at risk. The law's not been used in the past and it was never enforced, and there's no evidence to suggest that a clause such as this would deter a person intent on inflicting harm. It's highly unlikely such a person would even be aware of a local law. It would not deter people from committing such an act. In fact, it is a fact that women and children are far more at risk from harm in their own homes and from people who are known to them. Data released today confirmed and revealed that for women, about 70% of violence and sexual assaults occur in their home and the perpetrator was commonly known to them. Women and children are not at risk out in our public spaces. We really want to make a difference to that, then we need to think about addressing family violence and homelessness. There is a clause in there if people want further assurance that council does take it seriously, and that clause does address indecent, offensive, abusive, threatening and unreasonable behaviour. So there is a clause in our local law that does actually state that. And there are Commonwealth and other laws to provide protection. The suggested amendments that we had to talk about today, I don't think I can actually support those either, because I don't really think they're going to provide the protection that people genuinely are looking for and genuinely feel threatened about. I can't support something that would actually be misleading, because I don't think that will actually protect them from the violence and the assaults that we've been provided in the feedback. I know Kate's, sorry, I've gone over time.
Yeah, I'll let Councillor Hanson go over time a bit,
Okay.
but you're over by a minute and a half.
Am I? So I guess what I really want to say is that we need to reassure our community that this law will not mean that suddenly we are at greater risk. We have other laws to protect us, and we do have something in our own local laws.
Thanks, Councillor White. Councillor Hart, right, a reply.
Thanks, Mayor. I think we all think safety is important, and clause 2.3 and that's various provisions in the law we'd be adopting today, if we do support this, covers off on those issues. I recall the issue of this particular clause being discussed in briefings, but I'm not sure whether every councillor was in attendance, but it was certainly a briefing that every councillor could attend. Creating the new clause, which is the alternative being considered today, council doesn't know how it will enforce it, and it would be unprecedented for diverse gender people to potentially have to justify themselves to someone when questioned as to which identity-based definition they fit under. And it's unnecessary, it's unfair, and I think it gives a poor message, because safety has been able to be regulated without clause 11.10 because it was never enforced, and trying to adopt this extra clause that has been talked about with no idea of how to enforce it is both unnecessary and it gives a false message.
Thank you, councillors. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. The motion is carried 4-3. Division is called. All those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor White, Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott. Against? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Potter. Well done. Well done, Councillor Hart. Councillors, we'll move on to item 9.2, Lake Colac Holiday Park submissions. The purpose of this report is to consider submissions to Lake Colac Holiday Park lease expression of interest process. Do councillors have questions of officers? Thanks, Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just foreshadow I've got an alternative motion for this. Thank you. This is a really hard one to talk about or even to ask questions, because there's so much which is still confidential. So hopefully I won't overstep the confidentiality issues. So I was going to comment, I agree with our former Mayor, Councillor Schramm, former Councillor Schramm, in his concerns about the transparency of this. The question for officers is that we're proposing to make a substantial investment in this, and we're requiring the proposed leasee to also make a similar investment. are they entitled to take away the infrastructure they put in place at the end of the lease?
Somebody.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's all right.
Through the mayor, we were just looking at each other. That will be based on the final lease that council signs up to. There will be some infrastructure that would remain as an asset of council, and there potentially other infrastructure that would be removed at the end of the lease period.
Thank you. Councillor Costin, you another one?
Thank you, Mr. Siren. I suggest you look closely at the EOI. The other concern I have relates to competitive neutrality. In the officer's proposal, if we accept the officer's proposal, are we giving a lessee an advantage over other private sector campgrounds in the area, and there's only a limited number? But are we looking, is the level of support we are giving providing some unfair advantage over private sector players, true private sector players?
Thanks, Mr. Siren.
Through the mayor, firstly, we would council has resolved to allocate $500,000 or up to $500,000 to capital improvements into the park, which is capital improvements into our assets. So council is the committee of management for this parcel of land, so it's essentially our asset. So we're putting money into our assets. We've received legal advice that indicates that this is not considered a significant business and therefore not subject to competitive neutrality policy.
Another question, Councillor Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Siren. Are we proposing to allow worker accommodation at this holiday park? And did we disclose that when we sought the legal advice?
I'll take this one. Thanks.
Thanks, CEO.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Through the mayor, I understand your question is relevant to council's consideration around whether this is a significant business and part of that consideration is based on whether we are very much in competition with other operators in the market. Okay. We view this park as primarily having a purpose for visitor accommodation, notwithstanding the fact that it has 5 permanent residents that will continue to be able to be supported at the park, and that there is a proposal that amongst the submissions that there could be 2 worker accommodation cabins constructed on the site. Out of about 55 to 60 sites, we don't think that is significant enough to change the primary purpose of the park. The other competitors in the space in caravan parks, there are 2 others in town, and one has very much got a dominant focus on worker accommodation, even though it may still allow some visitors. It's certainly not their primary market, and the other park has a very much more of a focus on more permanent residents. So even though none of the 3 parks is purely only allowing one type of use, they very clearly have 3 different objectives and functions.
Councillor Costa.
Thank you, CEO. I think if you look at the EOI of the recommended lessee, that you'll find they're proposing much more than 2 cabins for worker accommodation. If I recall correctly, it is a much greater number.
There's 2 cabins with multiple bedrooms. Sorry, I should have been clearer.
And the second part of the question was, did we disclose that when we requested legal advice?
You take that on notice, CEO? For a moment.
If I could just ask one more question then, did we, in our expression of interest process, did we reserve the right to not accept any submitted EOI?
Mr. Siren.
Through the mayor, as per most EOI processes, yes, there is that was part of the document that the council didn't have to accept any submissions to that process.
Thank you. Any other questions of officers? Are you looking for an answer, CEO? So I'll just hold off.
So through the Mayor, there is no specific reference to the amount of work accommodation that might be, that we might see at the Lake Colac Park. It talks about the others being mainly worker accommodation. So it's very much in terms of the primary objective. We did not disclose that there might be 2 or more accommodation for workers.
Sorry, do you mean 2 workers or what?
The answer's no.
How many workers are we proposing to accommodate in this?
The answer to your question, I should be just more clear. You asked whether we disclosed how much worker accommodation might be at the park. We didn't disclose a quantity. We spoke about the primary use.
No, I'm asking now how many workers are proposed to be accommodated at the holiday park?
No, we didn't make any mention of that because we wouldn't view that as material.
No, not in the question on legal advice.
Sorry, okay.
Just in the EOI, how many are proposed?
Mr. Surin.
I don't think we need to get in the...
No, I was going to say through the Mayor, that's yet to be determined. We've got submissions for council to consider, and there will be further work to be undertaken on that. We don't know the numbers, and any proposals for worker accommodation would also double up as visitor accommodation as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Costin, you for shadowed a motion.
Yes, I have, if it can be put up on the screen, thank you. Yes,
That's your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hart, thank you. Is it to be opposed? Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this is a long-term decision and it's, again, very difficult to discuss given that we're not disclosing much in relation to the lease, the EOI that has been proposed. But it's we need to ensure under the Local Government Act, in fact, that we are achieving the best value for our money. We need to ensure that we're achieving the best outcome. From what I can see at the moment, this is not a very good deal at all for council. It's almost like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole rather than let's go back and have a look at how we can get a better deal. We've only had 2 expressions of interest, so there's not much in the way of competition to drive the price down at all. There's not been much transparency around it and we don't disclose very much at all in our lease registers, so it's going to be extremely difficult for the community to understand whether we've made a good decision or a bad decision. I'm concerned about the competitive neutrality issue. Council shouldn't be in the business of competing against private sector players unfairly. We need to make sure that the pricing that we or a leasee imposes is driven by the same set of financial circumstances as would drive someone in the private sector. Otherwise, we run the risk of driving other businesses, other local businesses, to the wall. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor
Uh,
Hart.
thanks, Mayor. The Lake Colac Holiday Park is obviously an important facility for Colac and the Colac Otway community. I think with the information we've been provided, that the option that Councillor Costin is suggesting we discuss at a briefing might be a feasible option. On the other hand, I have some reservations, and I'm not going to I'm not going to list a whole lot of items that I've raised at different times, but I'll put it this way, I have some reservations as to whether that's an area that Colac Otway would be, whether it's one of their strongest points would be managing a caravan park, if I can put it that way. However, so just before I finish, I'll say two things first. Firstly, that I note that Councillor Costin is suggesting there's a discussion at a briefing, not necessarily that we take over the management and do that. So that certainly favours me in supporting his resolution. But I am very interested to hear what other councillors have to say about this. And I think today we really need to, at the end of this, whether it's this motion or others, we need to come up with a process step to move for the caravan park. So I'm certainly will listen carefully to what comes up in debate.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Finnegan, you opposed?
Yeah, I'd like to foreshadow that I've got a alternate motion to deal with this matter, and also would like to say that I do recall that we have had briefings around the option, and it has been mentioned during briefings, the option of self-managing, and that has been discussed. And yeah, so that's why I'm opposing this one.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't get my hand up quick enough to say that I was not looking to support this motion. So if I can speak to that means. Look, we've had quite a bit of consultation in respect to this, council briefings about this on a number of occasions since I've been here at least, whether beforehand, I'm not too sure. And we have had market testing of this year. We only got 2 submissions because there's not a great big excitement about the small park on the edge of the Lake Colac out there for commercial perspective. And so that's what we've got to deal with in a marketplace. We have a submission from a party which we believe will tick the majority of the criteria of the boxes that we went out in submission to seek answers to. If we didn't want those answers, then we should have changed the criteria of the submissions. So we've got what we asked for in that respect. So I think it's pretty hard to chuck it out. The other part is that I actually would support Councillor Hart's comments in respect that I don't think that running a caravan park is our core strength. I think there are other people that will do that far better, get a better community outcome, because that's what this is about. So community outcome for visitors to come and stay and be within our community. This is not the way to do it. So I won't be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillor? Councillor Costin, right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I can't support the proposed the recommended EOI. I think it's a poor deal. We'd get more out of it if we put our money in the bank and just sat on the interest. Really, we should look at what Gorkappa is doing. Gorkappa is not leasing out its campgrounds anymore. It's self-managing those because it sees that it can make a profit and reinvest that property back into the community and into the environment. I'm just not convinced that the submissions that we have constitute anything that we should look at anymore. We did make a set of criteria to be assessed against, but we expected a much better deal than this, and we haven't got it. And as I said before, we seem to be persevering on with a poor deal that's been proposed and trying to make it fit. I don't think it's going to fit. And I don't like the fact that to make it fit, we're proposing concessions, such concessions to the proposed leasee that may put it at a competitive advantage over other local businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillors, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion is lost. 1-6. Division. Division is called. All those in favour? Councillor Costin. Against? Councillor White, Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Potter. Councillor Finnegan, you've foreshadowed a motion.
Yes, so I've foreshadowed an alternative motion. If we could just get that one up on the screen. Yep. And this has been in consultation with Councillor Hart. Some of these and some of this wording has been suggested by Councillor Hart, so I thank Councillor Hart for this. So essentially, this just is a take on the officer's recommendation, but substantially at point 4 says we provide in principle support for the Chief Executive Officer to finalise the special conditions rather than straight up authorises. Inserts a clause at number 5, which includes a special condition in the final draft lease developed through point 4 that ensures the lessee can only charge a rental amount for permanent residents of $200 a week or less until at least the 1st of September 2025, and to not increase this rental amount by more than CPI per annum after that date. At number 6, if we can get that to come down a little bit, receives the final draft lease for approval at a future council meeting. I believe this will have a number of positive outcomes during the period. So yeah, I'm going to move this one.
Thank you. That's your motion. Is there a second for the motion? Councillor Hart is to be opposed. Okay. Sorry? Yeah, question from Councillor Costa for the mover.
Yes. Can you just scroll up the screen a bit to the bottom of the motion, please? So, point 6, is that a public disclosure of the draft lease document? Is that what you're proposing?
I would be amenable to such.
Can we insert some words that reflect that will be in the open council agenda?
Councillor Hart, did you have a question or a point in relation to this?
Oh.
I'm worried about confidentiality potential.
Well, if it helps, and noting that I'm seconding this, some of the concerns raised by the CEO were around the fact that we don't have a final decision, as it were, and I think the Forest Caravan Park lease and how that was handled in open council and was able to disclose potentially who the successful tenderer, if you like, was. I think the perfect model would be what was done with Forest, and my recollection is it may have had some confidential elements to it, but just pull out from the drawer what we did with Forest, and I think it would have a lot of, maybe not 100%, but a lot of transparency.
Thank you. Does that give you some comfort, Councillor Costa?
So is that reflected in the draft motion, or does it need some additional words?
I'm comfortable to move it as such. I do believe that would give I guess, trying to think if we can tease out the wording here. But I don't think we need to, because we would be able to have some sections. Would we, and a question of the CEO, would we be able to, as council, when we receive the final draft lease, the future council meeting, have some sections public and the confidential parts confidential?
So I don't want to intervene in debate, but through the Mayor, I just want to make the point that Council always has the opportunity to resolve to make any information deemed to be no longer confidential. So that is a power that Council has. We generally don't need it to be used very often, but officers can present things as confidential, and then Council can consider that and decide whether there is merit in resolving to be public. You need to think about the implications to other parties when you do that, but you don't have to lock this in to be public now when you don't know what the content of the documents even is. And we didn't name our recommended lessee because we didn't preempt that Council would want to go that way. And if that was public and other potential lessees that Council wanted to consider, which we respect as your right, were already aware of the recommendation, then that might influence how they feel about the process, and so we didn't want to do that. So that's another reason why some things might be confidential, and then council can choose through resolution to make other things more public at that time when you see the content.
Thanks, CEO. I think that's helpful to Councillor Finnegan and Councillor Costin.
Can I move an amendment then? Thank you.
We haven't had debate yet. Well, we've got a motion moved by Councillor Finnegan. Yeah, Councillor Hart.
Mayor, obviously you're in charge, but I think it would be valuable to councillors to at least hear the amendment. You know, sometimes amendments are tidying up some really minor thing. On the other hand, it can be a significant thing. But I think it would be helpful if we could at least hear the amendment.
Well, that would allow Councillor Finnegan, I guess, to consider whether he'd include it, so we didn't have to go through the moving the amendment process. Without moving your amendment, what is the amendment that you are considering?
In paragraph 6, could we say receives the final draft lease in the council agenda for approval at a future council meeting, less confidential financial information? And I would also propose that we release the lease document after the decision. But we can do that at a later time.
Thank you. No. Councillor Finnegan, are you inclined to include that, or we just go through the process and Councillor Costin can move the amendment in due course?
I think I'm happy with the happy to move the motion as it sits. So, yeah.
Right, thank you. Councillor Finnegan, you want to speak to your motion, and Councillor Costin will raise his amendment shortly.
As stated earlier when I was introducing my motion, I feel this alternate motion addresses a number of issues which have been brought up, and it sort of gives power back to the councillors over the final execution of any lease on the like Colac Holiday Park. It also gets better outcomes for the limited number of permanent residents in that park by including a special condition in the final draft lease, which will set the maximum rental amount able to be charged to the permanent residents there at $200 a week or less until the 1st of September 2025, and that after that date, the increases in rental amounts can only be increased by CPI per annum. And it also provides in-principle support to Chief Executive Officer to finalise the special conditions on the lease. But at the end of the day, it must come back to Council for adoption.
Thank you. And councillors, I should point out before I get to you, Councillor Hart, that I didn't formally ask if this was to be opposed before I started the discussion. But I know Councillor Costin has an amendment, but I'm just putting that in the books. Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. The reality is I wasn't prepared to support the recommendation as it appeared in the agenda. This resolution, and yes, I have had some input into it, I've been quite open about what my concerns are, will ensure that the final draft lease has to come back and be approved by council. I'm very pleased, and I echo Councillor Finnegan's comments about at least putting a ceiling on the rent for people who are permanent residents in the caravan park. I think that's a positive outcome. I'm mindful of the confidentiality around this matter at the moment, but once all this has been negotiated and there's a final lease, the usual practice is that council releases as much as it possibly can and has done so in relation to the Forest Caravan Park lease. So that will be certainly something that I'll be watching as this matter progresses. I have a concern. Council's investing $500,000 or has committed or has allocated $500,000 for improvements to the Caravan Park. I have a concern, and I will be looking for the governance around how that is managed, particularly how those funds are managed, and how council is ensuring that the money is spent how it is meant to be for those particular facilities. So I think so I'll flag that as something that I'll be watching, and I think that it's important today. It was important to have an opportunity to discuss the alternative, and having done that, I think this is a way to progress this issue, because this is obviously an important facility, as I mentioned when discussing one of the earlier motions.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin, you wish to propose an amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd support most of this also. I think it's good that it comes back to a council meeting. There's still many unanswered questions there, but I do think that we need to be very clear to our community what we are going to disclose.
Will you move your amendment?
Just first, well, I'm unsure of the wording because I'm not sure what we disclosed after we accepted the forest campground lease. Can someone tell me that?
I'm not sure if you can move an
amendment. Is there
amendment
an
and then
amendment?
ask for some information to try and word the amendment. There is some wording up on the screen that you alluded to earlier.
I can't see that far.
Okay.
Mayor, sorry.
You want me to read it out to you?
No, I can see it behind you.
Righto.
Thank you. To change point 6 to read as follows: receives the draft final lease. I would prefer to say receives the draft lease for approval at a future council meeting, and following the meeting releases information in the same manner as was disclosed at after we accepted the lease, whatever we did with the lease at Forest.
I don't think you have whatever we did with the lease in the amendment.
not quite clear what we did at Forest, but I trust Councillor Hart that we did the right thing.
Officers,
Forest.
hang on. Officers are trying to capture the wording for your proposed amendment.
And at that point, at a future council meeting, and following, and if the lease is adopted, is approved, releases the lease information in the same manner as we disclosed for the forest campground. So, and following, if the lease is adopted, release the same lease information as we disclosed for the Forest Caravan Park. As was disclosed for the Forest Caravan Park, yes.
Right, thank you. That's your proposed amendment.
That took a bit.
It did. Now the burning question, is there a seconder for the amendment? no seconder, the amendment lapses. We'll go back to discussion. Councillor Finnegan has spoken, Councillor Hart has spoken. Is there any other councillor? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'd like to support the motion. I think it's good to have these additional components put in that Councillor Finnegan has proposed, along with Councillor Hart. It does provide some protection for those permanent residents to keep their rent within some sort of known parameters. It also provides a element of guaranteed disclosure and for future community consultation or feedback, if you like, or at least acknowledgement of the process. And I think that clause 6 is fine by me. We don't need to do anything different to that. We have control over what we're going to see. So we are councillors, we are in control of the council meetings. We decide at the end of the day what is in the agenda. Whilst we rely on the officers to provide most of that for us, we can still influence it at any point in time. So I don't think we need anything more than this. So I just support it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I support Councillor Finnegan's motion. I think it makes the right changes there. I am concerned about public disclosure and transparency, and we saw that raised by our former mayor today, and it's not often I agree with Mr. Schramm, but I do agree that we need to be more open and transparent, and we'll have another opportunity to do that when we next discuss it. We do need to show to our community that this is a good deal, and we do need to show that we are not providing an unfair advantage to the proposed leasee over other businesses that operate in our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to just express my support for the continued operation of the Lake Colac Caravan Park. It's only a small caravan park, but it's in a really lovely position, and it's so fantastic with the lake, with plenty of water in it. It's a really important asset for the community and much loved. I think it's really important that the operation continues. Our Shire and particularly Colac has a real shortage of accommodation options, and I certainly support the continued operation of that facility. I'll also just make the note of around transparency that this council has rarely goes in committee. We have as much in open council as we possibly can, and I certainly know, and I've followed Councillor Hart's lead from 7 years ago, that we've really brought as much as we possibly can out of in-committee sessions, and I can sort of barely remember the last time we had one, or could probably count them on my hand, the in-committee sessions we've had this whole term of council. We very much have moved away from that and brought as much out into the open council meeting as we can.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Finning, did you have anything else? Oh, sorry, Councillor White.
Do a dance. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I'm really pleased that we're moving on with this as well. This asset is a really important asset to our community, and I dispute that it's just, Councillor Costin sort of inferred it's just a money-making venture for the Shire. It's much, much more than that. It's really important for us to have a well-run contemporary holiday park. It's important to our community, to the visitor economy, to meet visitor accommodation needs, which are very short around here. And the proposal will deliver a range of options. So I'm really supportive of moving on with it, and I do support the amendments.
Thanks, Councillor White. Do you have a question?
I would like to propose another amendment.
Yes. Do you have some words?
Yes, if we can scroll back up so I can see the motion, thank you. So in paragraph 4, provides in principle support for the chief executive. Provides in principle support for the Chief Executive Officer to finalise special conditions specific to the lease for the Lake Colac Holiday Park that includes the prohibition of worker accommodation. Worker accommodation. There are other people, other businesses who provide it. It's
Is there a seconder for the amendment?
sorry,
Sorry.
that's the wrong way round up there. That excludes worker accommodation. Excludes.
Is there a seconder for this amendment? The amendment lapses. Go back to the original motion. Councillor Finning, I did say, did you want anything else, or shall I just put it to the vote?
I move the motion be put.
Thank you. The councillors, will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried 7-0. Councillors, we're going to have a break for at least 10 minutes. And we're back. A line out of Seinfeld that I was watching the other night. Councillors, item 9.3, sale of 69 McLaughlin Street, Apollo Bay. Purpose of this report is to approve the method and terms of sale of the property located at 69 McLaughlin Street, Apollo Bay. Do councillors have any questions of officers? Yep, sorry Graham, had trouble hitting the button. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the questions we had earlier today from Graham Hill, it was, I think, and we should congratulate Jane Gross and Graham Hill for their appointment to the Apollo Bay Community Voice, which is a great step forward, I think. But one of the questions, our response confused me a little, that we don't own any other vacant land or appropriately zoned land for the development of affordable housing in Apollo Bay, and that's one of our strategic objectives. But somehow we've determined that this property is surplus to our needs. So how can that be?
Yeah, that is a question of officers, yep.
Yep.
How can it be?
Well, it's probably, I need to be a bit more specific, I guess.
Please.
At what council meeting did we say this property was surplus to our needs?
Mr Surin.
Through you, Mayor. So it's actually up on the screen. 23rd of February 2022 was when council resolved to sell the property after going through after advertising its intention to sell the property, and then it reconsidered the matter, or it considered the matter again at the 20th of April 2022 meeting, where it determined how to sell the property.
Councillor Hanson.
Yep, I'd like to flag I have a motion when we're ready. But yeah, I was just going to ask a question around the new kindergarten and the process, how that came about, and the maternal health service down there at Apollo Bay. And was that a community-driven sort of need? Like, how do we go from, sort of having this older kinder, to having this sort of, I guess, newly built state-of-the-art kinder?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, so the development of the new kinder has obviously got a long history. Dates back to 2015 and 16. The existing facility wasn't suitable for the future needs of Apollo Bay and community for kinder services. So council had considered the matter on many occasions, sought funding, and determined in principle to move to the Apollo Bay P12 College. Council, along with the community, did a lot of advocacy and really fortunate enough to secure significant funding from Victorian School Building Authority to build a new 2-room 66-place kinder, and council also committed to putting funds from the sale of this property into the facility for additional car parking and maternal and child health services. So it does have quite a long history. It's been to council numerous times, and it's been a long journey that we've gone on with our community. We've got a fantastic new facility at the school site.
Councillor Costin.
Mayor, I've already flagged with you an alternate motion, and I'm not sure how that, what takes precedence here.
In relation to this discussion, Councillor Hanson has got in first with flagging a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. In the officer report, we talk about considerations, we talk about compliance with the Local Government Act and with our policy and whatever. But we don't explain how we've complied, and we don't even say we've complied, we've just said we have to consider them. So in relation to the Local Government Act, how do we know we are achieving the best outcome for the community, including future generations, by proceeding with this sale.
Well, respect that that's a matter for councils to feel comfortable about and consider, but my response, Councillor Costin, through the chair, would be that I think council has made a strategic decision to invest in a new early years hub. It's made a decision to enable that to happen by committing funds to be recovered through the sale of a property, and it's done that in advance of that sale being under contract or the funds in hand, because it recognised the importance of that strategic step to establish the hub. And now council can complete that intention by recouping the funds, and by doing so, it will then be able to address other strategic priorities. Without following through on the intention that council had in 2016 and that was affirmed in 2022, it will probably constrain council's ability to address other strategic priorities beyond just the early years hub.
Councillor Costin.
Thank you. Similarly, in relation to our acquisition and disposal of council property policy, which we went out and consulted on and adopted, one of the criteria for us to dispose of property is that it will not inhibit or prevent the fulfilment of any identified strategic requirement of council now or in the future. And we've heard that we don't have any other land to provide social or affordable housing, and we have declared a housing crisis. So how can that be? Have we complied with that criteria of our policy?
Thanks, Mr. Surin.
Through you, Mayor. Council considered this matter at the end of 2021 and start of 2022 when it determined to sell the property. It considered its policy at that time. I'd just like to remind councillors that this matter is about the process of selling the property. Council's already resolved to sell the property.
Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mr. Surin. I see it differently to that. I see that the authorisation for the CEO to sell has expired. I've got a further question. The Department of the Local Government Department have best practice guidelines on the sale and exchange of land, and it highlights that prior to being offered for sale, a property should be appropriately zoned to ensure that the ultimate use of the land is determined by that zone and achieves the highest possible sale price. Have we looked at rezoning that land from neighbourhood residential to general residential to allow a higher density development on that land and hopefully get a higher price?
Thanks, Mr. Surin.
Through you, Mayor. No, we haven't. Well, I mean, we've certainly taken the zoning into consideration. We would need to do strategic work before that kind of rezoning would be undertaken. You wouldn't necessarily be able to do a spot rezoning for a one house block.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I appreciate the fact that this issue's been put back on the agenda, and that's in accordance with the motion that has been passed. Without trying to, I have a question, and and just as some background, I don't think we need to necessarily get into a debate as to whether the sale's authorised or not. My question is, the motion at 10.2, which I know has not been moved at this moment, says resolves not to sell. Is it open to council to make that decision, notwithstanding what our earlier decisions have been made? So in other words, the motion's been put on the agenda. Is it open to council make that decision to resolve not to sell, notwithstanding the previous decisions?
I think that is open to council.
Councillor Costin.
Since we first resolved to sell this property, a lot of things have changed. Do we have other sources of funding or other properties we could potentially sell to fund the 350,000 contribution we made to the early years hub?
Thanks, Mr. Surin. Oh, CEO, are you taking it?
Well, I'm not sure that council's financial situation has changed that significantly since council resolved to sell this last year. And the last piece of land that we sold was Bruce Street, which councils are aware of and have determined where it wants to spend some of those proceeds. But other than that, there haven't been major changes to our financial situation, to my knowledge. And we haven't looked at alternatives to stop other services, sell other facilities. Those kind of things haven't been considered either. We've stayed on path to implement council's current position.
Councillor Costin.
So another thing that's changed is that state government and federal government have now proposing to allocate billions of dollars, a total of $13 billion for social affordable housing, and that will happen over time. Are we really sure we don't have any other property along the coast that we can use now, should that money become available?
Through you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Surin.
In regards to property that council owns, we obviously own a depot in Apollo Bay that council has committed $120,000 to looking at the feasibility of that property for housing. Obviously, at the moment, it houses our depot operations in Apollo Bay. So, there, and Councillor Hart's also reminded me of Lavers Hill, which is a property that I'm not sure we can build a house on, but we are looking to sell that in the near future.
Councillor Costin and Councillor Finnegan.
Another criteria in our acquisition disposal of council land policy is that the property is not required for recreational, environmental or community use with a demonstrated need now or in the future. Do we have any demonstrated need for that property? Recreational need, community use?
So we understand, and councils have heard this, it's been in the media and emails, etc., that there are community groups who would like to use land in Apollo Bay to support their aspirations, particularly arts groups, etc. I think that the lens that had previously been taken was that the community use that related to the land was to create a kindergarten. And so we haven't, as I said, we've stayed on path with council's position. Council can choose to make a different decision.
Councillor, yeah, I did flag Councillor Finnegan first here. Councillor Finnegan.
It's actually a question for Councillor Costin. I was just wondering if you intend to ask any questions that weren't already answered as part of the written questions earlier in the meeting that were asked of officers.
When were they asked earlier in the meeting?
Pardon?
What do you mean asked earlier in the meeting?
Asked earlier in the meeting, so during the public written questions that were answered by officers at the beginning of the meeting, it seems that a lot of your questions are just going over and re-prosecuting some of those points, and considering we've already had answers to those questions from officers, I'm just wondering if you're going to keep going back over those ad infinitum.
No, I'm seeking clarification.
Councillor Costin.
I'm concerned about the clause on childcare, which is paragraph 5, I think. I'm not sure why that's included in this motion. It seems to dilute our previous commitments to the community that we've publicly made to build a state-of-the-art early years hub a best practice early years hub that includes kindergarten, childcare, infant welfare services, playgroup, and once we even mentioned paediatric care. Why does that need to be in there? Why does that clause need to be in there? And does it make any difference if it's deleted?
So, through the chair, the recommendation won't be deleted. It's already council officer's recommendation in the agenda. It does not have to result in a motion that includes that point there. But it won't be deleted. It's already issued.
No, I mean, will it make any difference if it is deleted by a motion or whatever? So I wasn't inferring
that might be a
officers would
matter
change
for
it.
us, I guess. Got another question?
So the childcare issue is a particular issue of mine, and we did look at childcare when I first came on council, and we were pursuing that quite actively. And we looked at some financial modelling which proposed which looked at whether that would be a financial viable investment. The modelling showed it was, but then that was withdrawn by officers and revised. But the revised modelling...
Question?
The revised modelling hasn't been released. When will that be released to councillors?
So, through the Mayor, we probably have prepared ourselves more for questions relating to items on the agenda, so I'll take that one on notice.
Councillor Costin.
When we appointed One Tree as the kindergarten manager, they made a commitment to also run childcare should we invest in the property. Does that commitment still stand?
So,
Through the chair, no commitment like that was made. Again, questions on childcare we haven't prepared for tonight, and we'll take them on notice. But that commitment was not made. They have said that they are supportive of discussing that if it eventuates.
Councillor Costin,
one more.
Yeah, but hang on, you're getting a good run. Just try and ask questions in relation to the motion.
It's a follow-up.
Yeah, I'll allow it, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that officers aren't prepared for questions on childcare, given that a number of clauses here talk about childcare.
Oh, well, I'll take that, CEO. Sorry, is that... The motion relates to the sale of a property. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hanson, you got in first and flagged a motion.
Yeah, I did, and I'm happy to move the officer recommendation, but I did want to include, and I didn't know whether a point 10 or maybe it's better off at point 5. I did want to include something that just said that, you know, that council will continue to advocate for childcare services in Apollo Bay.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Costin, what's your point of order?
That's not an alternate motion.
It's my motion. I'm moving the motion, but I want to include that council will continue to advocate for childcare services in Apollo Bay. That's a motion.
Doesn't it already say that?
No, I don't think it does.
No, I don't think it does either.
Can we just remove that council, because it will be at the start of the motion, avoid the duplication. Thank you. So Hanson's happy. Yep.
Yeah. Yes, I'm happy.
Thank you. That's the motion you wish to move, Councillor Hanson? Thank you. Councillor Finnegan, you've indicated seconder?
Yeah, I've indicated I'll second that. I think that it's the reality is that we have already resolved to sell this property a couple of times, and we've already... Yeah.
Thank you. Is it be opposed? Councillor Costin. Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I want to start off by talking about the Apollo Bay kindergarten, and that this actually is a really good news story, because I guess, you know, the history of the kinder is that, you know, it was a, you know, a long-serving kindergarten, but times have changed. The facility is tired, certainly was tired, and the community really advocated strongly, you know, and with the help of council, for new facilities, for a new kindergarten, and you know, often it doesn't happen with local government and state government that they work together, and a greenfield site or a new site on the school grounds was earmarked as a perfect site for a kindergarten. And as a person with young kids, having you know, those facilities with the school, you know, is certainly fantastic. So I think that's the really positive part of it, is that, you know, we listened to the community and we advocated strongly for a new, brand new, really state-of-the-art kindergarten. And council, you know, made a contribution to the fit-out of that early years hub. You know, the maternal and child health, you know, is there as well. And but for these things to happen, you know, you need a contribution, and council's contribution was, you know, around $350,000, and those proceeds were earmarked to come from the sale of the old kindergarten. Because if there's one thing that council probably doesn't need more of is, you know, fibro buildings. Like, to have a brand new kindergarten that's you know, that's going to be around for the next 50 years is just fantastic, or even longer for that community. It's just, you know, it is a very good news story. What becomes hard for local councils is then to actually follow through with the sale of the existing old kindergarten that is surplus to the council's requirements, because we have our new kinder, we have the new maternal child and health. The story isn't finished, because I think we need to continue to advocate for childcare services. We hear the community loud and clear. But councillors have a fiscal responsibility for the good financial management of the council, and we have a financial commitment to that kinder. We've earmarked anything that's anything over and above that amount for services in Apollo Bay to put towards, you know, but hopefully, you know, a childcare. That's certainly, you know, what I know, you know, will continue to be advocated for. But we do have that big responsibility. And, you know, the question has probably, or it has been commented that we can, you know, get that funding from somewhere else. Well, actually what that means is a bigger discussion about, well, what other project misses out? Because council has an endless list of community needs. And, you know, and so it's not just an easy thing to say to just get the funding from somewhere else, because it actually means something else misses out. Council has made a commitment to sell this property, and I'm moving this motion because my commitment to that hasn't changed.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Gosden.
I'd like to move a procedural motion, please. If I could have that up on the screen. No. Thank you. So the motion is that council defers consideration of this item until the 27th September 2023 council meeting, in order to have further discussions with a councillor briefing.
Sorry.
And the debate on this item.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Is this a procedural motion? This seems like a completely different motion.
It's a procedural motion. Of course it's different. And it's allowed.
Procedural motion can be moved, but I will get some advice on that point, Councillor Hanson. I'm not able to answer that question because I haven't come across this before.
So I'm asking for the matter to be deferred.
So hang on, Councillor Costin.
Okay.
I'm getting advice on a point of order that's been raised by Councillor Hanson. No, I'll go and see Marlo and get some advice from our governance officer.
I can show you which page it's on if you like, Mayor.
I've read it and I've had it open earlier, Councillor Hart. I've got no issue with the process. Councillor Hanson, you raised a point of order. I've sought advice, and in relation in the governance rules, and listening to the advice, this procedural motion is allowable.
No, there's debate.
Yep. You're allowed to have debate on it. Are you raising a point of order?
Yeah, I move that the procedural motion be put.
That one. Yeah.
So, Chair, this would be under item 4 of the procedural motions. It's my understanding, page 21.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
For the purpose of, that's what allow follows.
I'm proposing a two-part procedural motion. Part A, discuss at the council briefing, so we can talk about the valuation and other things that we can't talk about in open council. And two, yes, so what was the question?
So the words need to follow to allow.
Yes.
So part B won't be to allow anything, it's giving officers direction. Part C is giving councillors something else, it's part A1, I think.
A1 and
Allow discussion at councillor briefing, perhaps?
A1 and 2. Yep, you're right, Councillor Arnott.
have that the procedural motion from Councillor Costin, as per the fourth procedural motion in our governance rules table, that the debate on this matter be deferred until insert date. Good. To allow discussion at a councillor briefing before the debate at the council at the council meeting.
At that council meeting, the
Full stop. Yep. Okay.
And is there
So, Councillor Costin?
and is there some problem asking for that council meeting to be held in Apollo Bay?
It's not part, no.
no, that can't be in
New
that
motion.
motion. That needs to be a separate thing.
Okay.
I can or I can't?
No.
No, the where is not part of this motion.
Okay. That's where we're at.
So we have Councillor Costin's procedural motion. We have the wording of that. It complies. We now have a procedural motion from Councillor Finnegan to put the motion to a vote.
Where is that in the table of procedural motions?
Yes, yeah. So I've just had advice from our governance officer, and that my view concurs with the governance officer. So I can't see. Yeah, without discussion, and that's Councillor Finnegan's procedural motion, that Councillor Costin's procedural motion is put to the vote. No, just one. It's there. Councillor Hart.
Point of order, Mayor. I think, and like you, I'm a bit on the fly on this one, but I think that Councillor Finnegan's motion that it be put is out of order, because I believe, and I might be wrong, that Councillor Finnegan has either seconded or spoken to the underlying motion. I'm not sure. Is that the case? But yeah, you have.
I've seconded.
Yeah. So, but at the same time, I think it might be an academic point, because another point says that the procedural motion, which has been moved essentially by Councillor Costin, I think it might be 44 or somewhere around there, should be dealt with immediately. So I think whilst Councillor Finnegan's motion is probably out of order, they'll get what they intended anyway.
Yeah, I take your point, and I'm not 100% there, but I think that's what I'm going to do, is call for a vote on Councillor Costin's procedural motion. So all those in favour, raise your hands. Against? The motion is defeated 2-5. Division? Division is called. All those in favour? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart. Against? Councillor White? Councillor White, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Potter. So,
Return to the motion. On
yes,
the table.
we go back to the original motion. Councillor Hanson, you had spoken. Councillor Finnegan, you're the seconder.
Yeah, I reserve.
Councillor Costin, you opposed? Right, Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Since Council first resolved to sell this property in 2016, a lot of things have changed. We no longer needed to sell this property to fund the kindergarten component of the early years hub, because that was fully funded by state government. The funding that was allocated from the sale was to relocate the maternal and child health service, which was already located in the senior citizen centre, to a new building. There's a number of other things changed since that time also. We've sold Bruce Street for a much better price than we expected. And we've identified a number of other properties that have potential for sale, that are truly surplus to our needs, that are nowhere near as well located as this piece of land. And remember, it's the only piece of land we have for housing along the coast, for social or affordable housing. It's the only land we own that we could use to apply for a grant or to accept a grant. And we know there are grants coming. There's $13 billion heading down the track for social and affordable housing. We've declared a housing crisis, and if we sell this piece of land, we won't have any property at all to meet the housing needs along the coast. And when we declared that housing crisis, we particularly noted the shortage of affordable housing for key workers along the coast. We made particular note of that in the resolution. So it no longer makes sense to cling to this former decision to sell the property in completely changed circumstances. We have other ways of funding this $350,000, which is much less than we were told when we first made the decision. So I really just can't see the logic or the sense to sell this very well located property that could fulfil our strategic needs, the identified strategic needs in the longer term, or to shorter term use for community benefit. We're making a decision on a property that the community has a strong sense of ownership of, and rightly so. It was more or less forced to sell the property to council way back in 1953 or whenever it was, and council adopted very much a hands-off approach to this property. It even charged the property, even charged the committee a street construction charge, even though it was a council-owned property. It doesn't make sense. So the community has a very strong ownership of this property, and it's only appropriate that we discuss this down in Apollo Bay, where the community has the opportunity to talk to councillors. They're part of our community, part of your community. They're talking to me all the time, but I don't know if they're talking to many others, because councillors don't seem to have any empathy for the coastal community. This is one way we can show this empathy, where we can turn around our community satisfaction results from the people of Apollo Bay.
Running out of time, Graham.
We need to make a common sense decision. We need to make a decision that takes into account our future generations, and we need to listen to our community before we make that decision. And I just can't understand how we can agree to a valuation without the opportunity to discuss the valuation, because it's confidential information.
I gave you a good run out of that.
How can we discuss the valuation? I don't understand where we're at with this.
Time, Graham. Thank you. Any other councillor? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. I have some concerns with this resolution, how this is proceeding. I particularly have concerns with Clause 5 in this resolution, that a resolution to do with selling the property has now been tied to what could be interpreted as a decision that we haven't made any real commitment to the Apollo Bay early years hub. It's in that it's a concept stage and it's not an endorsed project. I think that weakens, potentially will be seen later on and pulled out of the filing cabinet as weakening any genuine commitment to that. So I would have less discomfort with this resolution if clause 5 wasn't in it. I echo much of what Councillor Costin has said in terms of the significant contribution by the community in raising funds for this property initially and managing it over many years, and certainly in an equitable sense or a sense of fairness, they do have ownership of this property. Unfortunately, it's not legal ownership that they have. Since the early decisions, the Bruce Street property's been sold and there is over $1 million, I think perhaps $1.5 million of unallocated funds. So there's no desperate need to sell this property at this time to recover $350,000. Now, putting aside those issues of equity and fairness, I'll come over to the financial aspect which others have talked about. I think it would make absolute sense. We have on our plans and looking forward that we're going to review the structure plan in Apollo Bay. If we sell this property without exploring the planning changes that might occur, and will give a windfall profit to someone else if it becomes that it can have more density, and it is just across the road from a more dense, an area that permits more density, then we are giving, even if you disagree with everything that Councillor Costin has said, and you're going on the financial side and that's your only attention, then we're giving away potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars of public value by selling it before that rezoning is done. And I appreciate the adding of clause 10 by Councillor Hanson. I'd be slightly less concerned with this resolution if 5 wasn't there, because 5 is going to now complicate what our decision on is that, when really we're deciding whether or not to sell a property. I really don't think it's fair that clause 5 is in there. And I think it's ultimately irresponsible I would have preferred to consider the other motion that Councillor Costin had on the agenda. I think it's irresponsible to sell this property without seriously considering the issue of rezoning, because that is a financial loss and will be a windfall for whoever buys this property and then sees that rezoning occur.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin.
Mayor, I'd like to propose an amendment, thank you.
I thought you would. Your amendment, please, when you're ready.
The amendment is delete 5 and 10 and replace with reaffirms the commitments it made in its 16 December 2020 resolution to provide in principle support of the childcare component of the Apollo Bay Early Years Hub, and investigates funding options to deliver the childcare component with the aim to have it in place by the end of 2025. And investigates funding sources to deliver the childcare component with the aim to have it in place by 2025. Perhaps if I just come across and show it to you.
We'll have a short break, councillors, while we try and work through this wording. Everyone will resume the meeting after that break to get some wording for Councillor Costin. Councillor Costin, you were moving an amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. So the amendment shown on the screen there, it's to delete point 5 and 10 and replace with a new point 5. It reads, it starts off with Council, of course. Council reaffirms the resolution made by Council at 16 December 2020 to provide in principle support for the childcare component, You can read that. That's the resolution we made before when I first started on Council, and I was very proud of that resolution. There's a problem with the date.
So, yeah, hang on a minute. Yeah, so this is your amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillors, we have an amendment in front of us. Is there a seconder for the amendment? No seconder. The amendment lapses.
Mayor, I have a further amendment. Thank you.
Could we put a second amendment up on the screen, please? Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. So this amendment is just to replace point 7 with a new point that reads sets the reserve price for auction at a future council meeting, because we haven't had an opportunity for discussion.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this amendment? No seconder. The amendment lapses.
Thank you.
Councillors, we'll go back to... Councillor Arns, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Mayor Potter, I would like to move a procedural motion, please, that this matter be adjourned until further notice. This would have the effect that the motion and any amendment postponed, but may be resumed at any later meeting if on the agenda. The motion is just put, there's no discussion.
Councillor Costin, you got a question?
I just wanted to say there are no further amendments from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we've got a procedural motion that this matter be deferred until further notice. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion's lost 3-4. Division. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Costin. Against? Councillor White, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Potter. Thanks, councillors. We'll go back to the debate. I can't remember where we were now. Yeah, Councillor Hanson had spoken. Councillor Finnegan had reserved. Councillor Costin and Councillor Hart, you'd spoken. Any other councillor? Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to say that I've got a lot of, won't use the word empathy, I'm not quite sure that's the word, but look, Councillor Costin has made some very compelling points. He's provided us with some terrific information about the history of the centre, and it demonstrates the commitment that community had to children and families. It's a great story and it really does need to be told. But things change and evolve, and 2016 came around and it was time to rethink the future of the site. Sorry. And the needs of the community, and I believe there was pretty extensive community consultation and a decision to make. And now the community is benefiting from a fabulous new kinder and maternal and child health service. I think it would be irresponsible not to proceed. I think number 5, which has been debated, actually should be there. I think it actually gives transparency and it does show where we're at in terms of being at a concept stage. I really liked Councillor Hanson's inclusion in 10. Yes, we strongly want to advocate for childcare in Apollo Bay. No one would not want to advocate for childcare in Apollo Bay into the future. And I do sincerely hope that with the sale of the property and some funds to put to childcare, maybe we'll be able to attract grants. I'm not sure, but that's our aim and that's our ambition. So I want to reject Councillor Costin's statement that Council has a lack of empathy for the Apollo Bay community. I'm really taking exception to being portrayed like that. At our last meeting in Apollo Bay, all the councillors supported the community in what they wanted to change in the community infrastructure plan. We all spoke to it, we all showed empathy and support for that community, and we were all applauded. So I'm getting a little bit tired of being portrayed as this, and I don't think it does anyone any good to continue to buy into this idea that we don't want to support the Apollo Bay community. It's just not constructive to continue to do that. In relation to social housing, again, really compelling arguments about social housing, and it's not just Apollo Bay, it's right across the world. We've had extensive discussions, we've looked at things in many different ways. There's been extensive discussions with Housing Victoria. They looked at it pretty thoroughly, but they concluded that this site was not a viable proposition. And I don't believe even with rezoning in the future that would actually change. It could take years. So I really do believe we've got to take the decision tonight. We've got to progress this and we've got to move on. And hopefully, and Apollo Bay will be the winners in the end.
Thanks, Councillor White. Any other councillor? Councillor Finnegan? Did you wish to speak? You don't have to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Potter. Look, this has been a difficult process, and I acknowledge Councillor Costin's work advocating on behalf of the Apollo Bay community, but I do echo the comments by Councillor White to suggest that, in a suggestion that we don't have empathy for the community, because I don't accept that. I've received calls from the community and been receptive for that, and will continue to be so. I think I'd like to talk a little bit about the asset that we're talking about. In 2018, this is research I've done, the kindergarten building was assessed by a certified engineer to be at the end of its service life. That was a result of conversations going back to 2016. What are we going to do about a kindergarten for the Bay? There was, in that report, it said a significant work needed to be done to make it fit for any purpose, let alone for a kindergarten. The issues included poor sub-floor ventilation, poor drainage beneath the building, stability issues with the western annex, and condition of the timber frame and substructure. Maybe I shouldn't say that when we're putting it up for sale, but look, these are honest things. The site was also identified in Council's asbestos audit report with the eaves, kitchen splash, external upper wall trims and the ceiling cavity. Time will not have fixed those problems. Now, Council has maintained, we have made a contribution towards keeping this building safe and going for the kindergarten. It's for its use until such time as the new facility was built. Now, we partnered with the community with a new facility after consultation with them about what their needs were. And then in 2019, the Victorian Government announced the development of the kindergarten with the places for the 3-year-old and 4-year-old kindergarten facility, but the community wanted to have a bit more. So the council put up an option of funding for additional work to have a greater use of the facility. Now, we actually had council and state government working proactively together to get a better outcome for the community at all, so we had better use of money for the community rather than us all doing separate things, and I think that's pretty unique. So that's a really good outcome. It was done quickly, it was done on short notice. We had the council committed 500 grand on short notice outside of budget and agreed with the community that the value of the building, of the old kindergarten and its site, should be retained for that sort of use. So council held its side of the bargain up. This is the conclusion of that bargain. This is the continuation of that, the sale of the asset, And we have made a commitment that we will continue to use any excess proceeds for the Apollo Bay community with an emphasis on child welfare. Now, the process to date, it's included funding for the child support assets through the sale of the old, and this has been held through several council meetings. Well, I'll finish off quickly. Thanks, Your Mayor.
No worries.
2016, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, a number of times in 2023. We have consulted this to death. I was prepared to give it more time if that could help, but we've decided not to, and that's fine. All other options considered, I think that this is a significant asset. We have considered all the other options. If we spent 100K on this to make it better use for continued to hold it, we would not get that back in value. The value now is not the building, it is the land. We have an Apollo Bay community asset that whatever value we see, commitment from council results returned to the Apollo Bay community. Council has already fulfilled a significant part of that commitment, and so this is the continuation of the follow through with that.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Finnegan, you reserved.
Yeah, I'll be quick, Mayor. Other than to say, I endorse the comments of Councillor White, of Councillor Arnott, and of course of Councillor Hanson. We have consulted this one to death. We've got a good outcome for the community. When we agreed to sell this, we agreed to fund the new childcare in the early years hub. We have quarantined the money already in our own systems that we're expecting to get from the sale price for projects in Apollo Bay. And like others who've spoken, I'm sick of being accused of lacking empathy by possibly the one sociopath in this chamber.
I think that's uncalled for.
No worries, I'm not withdrawing it, Mayor.
Councillor Hanson, right a reply. Right a reply.
Okay, I will be brief because I think we're all a bit tired and I almost don't know where I am. But I would like to thank Councillor White for her comments around point 5, and I think it is a very transparent point, and transparency is spoken about a lot, but it very much does clearly state to the community where we are around the childcare in Apollo Bay. But as I've added in point 10, that we will absolutely continue to advocate as strongly as we possibly can for childcare services in Apollo Bay. Just like, we've got great examples of other projects that we've advocated successfully for down, at Apollo Bay. Particularly the city deals over the last few years. I'd also like to thank Councillor Arnott for his investigation that he's done. That's very important information to share in this chamber. And just lastly, I am also very tired of being labelled in a derogatory way, of lacking empathy when, I've been on council for 7 years and, we've just had some great outcomes for the coast and worked really hard, officers and different councillors, and, it's, I'm just a bit sick and tired of being spoken of like that.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Councillors, I'll put the motion to vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion's carried 5-2. Division's called by Councillor Finnegan. All those in favour? Councillor White, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Potter. Against? Councillor Costin, Councillor Hart. Councillors, item 9.4, purchase of part of former Colac High School site. Purpose of this report is to seek council endorsement for the process for an intended purchase of part of the former Colac High School site for road reserve to support residential development of land. Do we have any questions of officers? No questions. Councillors, the officers provided a report with this recommendation. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this? Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Is there a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Is to be opposed? Councillor Hanson, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, just briefly, I think I'm moving this motion because I think the purchase of this land for this road reserve is a really, another piece in the puzzle of opening up, some, important, an important development for Colac, and it's a linkage to what will eventually be, a great asset in community open space. So I very much endorse it.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Potter. Look, I just endorse the motion. This is really another example of just practical common sense coming into play, where government departments have actually said, hang on, what can we do to actually work proactively together to get this through quickly, make it happen simply for the developer and for council and the community. And so council facilitating this is just doing that. And having this development proceed to provide that all-important housing options for our community.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Any other councillor? There's been no... Oh, Councillor Finnegan.
Yeah, I'd just like to endorse the comments of Councillor Hanson and Councillor Arnott on this matter. And just to say, approving this will lead to better outcomes for Colac in the form of better housing stock. So, here's to growth of our lovely community.
Thank you. Any other councillor? No opposition, Councillor Hanson. I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Motion's carried 7-0. The next item is for noting report of the informal meetings of councillors, and we have a report from MAV delegate item 10.1. It is for noting, but do we have any questions for Councillor Hart? And Councillor Hart, would you like to make a comment or speak to this?
I think the report speaks for itself, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any questions.
No questions. Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor White.
Just a quick comment to say thank you for such a comprehensive report and for Stephen's diligence and attention to detail. He's the right man in the right job for this one, that's for sure. And I've read it a little bit, but I'll be having another look at it. So just to say thank you.
Thank you. I was about to say the same thing. Thanks for the comprehensive report. Item 10.2, notice of motion by Councillor Costin, which has been dealt with in this meeting.
I'll withdraw that motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Final item for this evening, councillors, as far as I know, item 10.3, notice of motion, Gore Cap and Apollo Bay Harbour. Councillor Finnegan, this is your motion. Would you like to briefly describe the purpose? Would you like to briefly describe the purpose of your nom? And then I'll throw to any councillors questions of officers.
Yes, Mayor. So the purpose of this notice of motion is to essentially, back in our community down the coast and in Apollo Bay by showing them that we haven't forgotten about the harbour, and that to express hopefully as a chamber to your capper that we want to see this project delivered as it was intended by the community after a long time.
Thank you, councillors. Do we have any questions of officers? No questions. Councillor Finnegan, you wish to move your motion?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councillor Hanson. This is be opposed. Councillor Finnegan.
I think it's abundantly clear that the Colac Otway Shire Council dearly loves our coastal community and that we want to see the best outcomes for them, and the council did a really good job in getting the harbour development plan in Apollo Bay through. Now, The development plan came about as a result of many years of input and engagement from a lot of stakeholders down the coastal community. It was meant to clear the way for the work to begin on earnest in this $12 million project. We're now in August 2023 and the delivery of the harbour redevelopment seems just as far away as when Council approved the plan almost 3 years ago. Earlier this year, we saw the cancellation of the Apollo Bay to Skene Creek Coastal Trail. The bulk of the $5 million earmarked for that project under the Geelong City deal transferred to projects outside of the Colac Otway Shire's boundaries, and the $12 million in funding allocated to the Apollo Bay Harbour redevelopment under the City Deals project is being eaten away by inflation each and every day the project remains incomplete. It is the expectation, or it should be the expectation of the Colac Otway Shire Council, and it is the expectation of the Apollo Bay community. The Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority fully delivers upon the Apollo Bay Harbour redevelopment as per the $12 million development plan adopted by Council in December 2020 under the City Deals projects with no change and no cuts.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Hanson.
Yep, I'll just be brief. I'm supporting this motion, and it's really out of, in 7 years being on council, I think this is one of the most exciting projects that, that we've really fought for. This Shire and the community have really fought for, and it goes way longer before I was on council. Like it's been a 20+ year process and fight for, for the community. And I think one of the most, exciting days, I think, is when we found out that, funding had been secured through the City Deal projects. And there's a nice photo floating around somewhere of some councillors, a number of us in the room. I think there was some staff in the photo of the lovely government sign down at the port, stating that this is a City Deal project and when works would be commencing. And I think it was, off the top of my head, it was sometime in 2023. Yet here we find ourselves now not knowing when this project's going to start. I have real reservations of what it's going to look like. We're being told that, the community's vision will be fulfilled, but, I think there's some real concerns around that. And I think this motion just puts it out publicly where the council stand, how we feel. We need to keep supporting the community to keep fighting for this project. They pretty much thought they were there, and now it sort of feels, it feels like it's a fair way, We don't really know what it's going to look like, and I think it's time that Gore Kappa really gave us some answers, gave the community some answers on this project.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Councillor White.
Just quickly, I'm sure my fellow councillors won't mind that if I disclose that in informal discussions, we all see the completion of the Apollo Bay Harbour as our top priority. We've had a lot of discussions informally. We talk about, what we want to see happen in our terms, what's really important. I think Kate's given and Tosha's given really good background about it all. But I think it again does demonstrate that we do really want to support the community, and we do really want to see this project come to fruition. So I think this NOM demonstrates that and gives our commitment publicly and puts some strength behind it. So thanks for the NOM.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor Potter. When I saw this motion initially put forward in an email from Councillor Finnegan during the week, I thought, fantastic, this is really good. So I'll read from some of the stuff that I responded to him with, which is that from what I've been told, Council went through a significant process of consultation and design consideration to arrive at the proposed development. And I say that because all that happened prior to my time. In the development has significant community endorsement. Funding was approved and attained. The plan submitted to the appropriate authorities in a timely manner for endorsement based on laws in place at the time. The delays have and will result in a significant increase to the costs of the development, or if no extra funding is obtained, as Councillor Finnegan said, a build to available funds of sub-proposed or reduced scope outcomes. This, I believe, should not be accepted by the community, and I can only say that as loud as I possibly can. Due diligence of the design should be expedited by the authorities without unnecessary delay. Build should be commenced quickly. Extra costs should be guaranteed by those responsible to provide the outcomes as agreed with the community. The transfer of the responsibility for the coastal region from COS brings with it a responsibility to complete works already endorsed by the community and effectively underway. All that had to happen here was the turn of the shovel. So it's for those reasons that primarily I endorse and accept that this motion be put forward to support the Apollo Bay community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Costa and then Councillor Hart.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Finnegan, for putting up this motion. It was pleasing to see on the agenda. It follows a similar motion we put forward expressing our disappointment about the cancellation of the Skeens Creek Apollo Bay shared use path. You're quite right. Each day that passes decreases the amount of infrastructure that can be built. And that's to say nothing of the money that's been spent on consultants along the way. So thank you for putting this up, and I'm pleased to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor, and I would like to echo many of the comments made, particularly by Councillor Hanson on the history of this project. My understanding is that the plans for the harbour, or various plans, date back to at least the early 2000s, and I think quite possibly even earlier than that. So finally there were plans that had broad community support, planning amendments that had to take place were done. I'm not sure which term of council that was, but it was done, and I think Mr McNeil, yes, he's still here this evening, was involved in that process. And then finally funding was secured, as Councillor Hanson touched on just earlier. And now we seem to have Gorkappa wanting to reconsider the design and drag their feet on the whole project. I think it's very disappointing, to say the least. Whilst I thank Councillor Finnegan for putting this on the agenda, and this is focused on the harbour, I just want to gently remind us, let's keep an eye on Kennet River and the toilets too, because Gorkappa is absolutely dragging their feet. I think many of us are coming to the conclusion that Gorkappa's performance leaves room for improvement, to say the least. It's probably the greatest understatement I've made tonight, but I think we need to pursue this issue as strongly as we possibly can through all elected representatives, any reasonable form we have.
Thank you. Well, I'll finish off with, I think it's well known, my support for the harbour development and standing with the community. And Councillor Hart did touch on it. I just want to acknowledge too the previous work done by our staff, especially Mr McNeil and Simon Clark. And you know that work may be ongoing, and I commend them for continuing that. Yeah, councillors, I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? Thank you. The motion is carried 7-0. Thank you, councillors. It's been a long meeting and with some difficulties contained therein, but appreciate everyone's patience, and thank you to staff.